So let's go into Game World of the Wildsea. Quick little recap of what happened last time. We are an established crew here, but the viewers got to see you for the first time after you had completed a delivery, and it was a successful one. And everything was great. You had made it into the Icterin, which is like the deserty section of the Wildsea. So instead of these big, large actual trees that you're sailing on top of, they are big, tall cactuses. So you have just, the giant spines and things that it makes it very difficult to traverse. And y'all found yourself in a section of it that is a little more dangerous than most, as it is a active, moving dune of these sands that have kind of gathered up on the top of some of these with creatures and more dangerous plant life and all the sorts. But you had made your way out of it after doing this delivery, and on the process of trying to get back to kind of the iris blooms that kind of grow on the top of these cactuses that make travel easier, you stumbled upon a wrecked ship. And y'all decided to take a little bit of a look, see what was there. I mean, you are scavengers, salvagers, maybe legally and illegally at times at heart. So you had to check it out, of course. And after boarding the ship, noticed that it was barren. It seems that equipment had quite literally been ripped off of the deck, drilled, taken. It had been picked over by someone. And it was very quiet, and it had not been moving for a little bit. Made your way inside to unfortunately find that its crew had met a fate that was not great, as they had very clearly been murdered by some sort of marauders in the process. And down in the kind of below parts of the deck, you were able to see that more of the equipment had been stolen. And this was very clearly a ship that is owned by the Leech Consortium, which is kind of a water drilling operation. Cactuses, that's pretty much the only place to get water. And it seems that someone had ambushed them, kill them, stole their stuff, and all of the water reserves. Thankfully, Corio has a really cool ability to talk to ghosts, and so was able to get a bit of a picture from one of the lingering spirits of this crew, and was asked if he could, if you all could take the person belongs to this crew back to their family in Crescent Mesa. So you made your way out after kind of looking through, grabbing some other salvage, and kind of digging through the captain's or the bridge area to kind of see what else might be around. Made your way back to the deck where a sandstorm is coming, and it is coming quickly. So little exposition of we open here on the ship after you found this kind of disturbing discovery, and the wind that was once a nice gentle breeze is howling, carrying with it just stinging barrages of sand. What was already very yellow tinted sky from all of this sand that was constantly kind of whipping around anyway is starting to get darker and darker as this looming sandstorm is just taking over the horizon, choking out the sun. It's getting dark. The temperature is quickly plummeting, as deserts are known to do when there is no hot bearing sun on your back. And you can even, because we had already mentioned before that there was this tinge of electricity kind of in the air that Corio could have sensed previously as it's coming in, but now you can even smell this acrid scent. It's very earthy and metallic. This is much more than just wind whipping up a bunch of sand. You would all know of a phenomenon of living storms, which are essentially leviathans in this world, of these storms that are large, untamed, sometimes with a mind of their own, that will purposely come after you. So it's looking a little scary as y'all are kind of making your way, getting into your general post. You start to notice that a lot of the iron spine cactuses are starting to kind of writhe and undulate, one from this super strong wind, but you also start to notice creatures running through and hopping spine to spine and through all of this tangle. You can see these very cat-like creatures that are look like cactuses with the little blooms on their head. You can see tarantulas, not the size that we would normally like tarantulas to be, much more disconcerting size, skittering about. Not that normal tarantulas are disconcerting, because they are.
Size?
Yeah, like tarantulas are always disconcerning, but these are even more so.
Can I catch one? Because I could use a horse right about now, or a horse right about now.
I mean, this would be like you're trying to catch a bronco that is currently stampeding, so...
Nah.
Challenge accepted.
So
all right, so roll up a new character.
Yeah,
there are other like bug kind of creatures and weird mixes of flora and fauna now creating new animals, and others too that are just too shadowed now by this weather to really even be able to tell what they are, but very clearly they're getting the fuck away from this storm and kind of running past y'all and going deeper into the actual, I guess it's still technically the thrash, even though it is not trees, it is cactus, but getting deeper down into it, which unfortunately y'all cannot do in this part of the Wildsea because it would absolutely wreck the sides of your ships. Like, your hull is hardened and it can handle it. Everything else cannot. So pretty much you're at this point of you gotta outrun the storm. Crescent Mesa is close, and as y'all kind of get up onto these blooms, you can just barely see the silhouette of it with all of the sand kind of whipping around in the distance. And especially now, it is like, if it wasn't, imminent death, it'd be very pretty with the petals of these blooms also now like flying all over the place. But it is making it more difficult to see. So kind of catch 22 there. It's like, oh God.
Yeah.
Oops. But with that, what are you doing to prepare to depart? What stations are we taking up? We are on the ship and we gotta go.
So I
have a question. Yeah.
Question.
Yeah, I pushed the emergency eject button, so everybody had like ropes and shit. Grab them and pull us out. Can we say they're still attached? So that way, if somebody goes overboard, they're like not falling to their death. Miles to the tree floor.
I like that idea.
Absolutely.
I would like to second that idea.
Yeah, especially, I mean, it's this is heavy enough wind that if you are just freely standing on the deck, you're gonna get kind of blown to the side. So it is probably good to have something to kind of hold you down a bit if you aren't within the ship's kind of safety as you're going. I will say to just one, because we're learning how to play this, but also for anyone else listening that may not know how to play this. I did drop into chat earlier with kind of how the boat operations and everything go. There are specific stations that are kind of listed out within the book. Someone has to be at the helm because someone's obviously got to drive it. Someone needs to be on watch to know, hey, we got to avoid things, go wherever. There's also the option of tending the engine, cartographizing. That's the name, the word. Cartographizing. Watching the weather. Plus then anything else I can kind of think of that you would like to do as a kind of station here to operate the ship to go.
Where would my fingies be best useful? At the helm or at the engine? I was thinking the engine.
Probably engine.
Yeah, all right. So I'll be at the engine. Quario will be.
I was gonna say, aren't you pure Pat? Aren't you?
Yeah, I'm helping give it a little boost of energy.
Yeah, man, you're the turbo, dude. We got to turn the NOS on.
Yeah, I'm the NOS. Yeah, I'm the NOS.
Yeah.
I'm going.
You're gonna add neon lights too, right? Like we're gonna neon lights on the bottom.
Oh no! When he plugs in, you just see a little Taco Bell clapper. The thing in the bell. Ding! It comes to the front.
Yes. Sorry, Holly. Go ahead.
No, it's good. I'm going to be the watcher because I can see things better than everyone.
I think it makes sense for me to either be at the helm or cartographizing. I feel like I can kind of cartographize inherently because I have hull sight. Maybe.
You also have the captain if you want to let them be at the helm.
You can't do two at once, right?
Right. But I would say it'd probably be more beneficial if a player character is at the helm, so that way you have a bigger impact on where it's going,
see.
the NPC.
I say you at the helm.
I
'Cause of
can,
that whole side, I
okay,
think
I
that'll
can
be
do the
helpful.
helm. I can also see, even if there's no light, I can see clearly. So even if the storm blocks out the sun, so to speak, like
Should.
I can.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, no, I'm gonna see what Casey kind of wants to do.
You can also be creative if none of those really fall in. If you kind
I
of
think it makes sense you being. So, me being, I guess it would be the cartographer,
Yep, that's right.
right, that
the
word's
map
just hard.
person, which is not what I do. But this is.
You can watch the weather.
But how I see it is because I'm the hacker.
Hmm.
Well, that's another one. It's like I'm either watching the weather, or I'm helping the captain and Matt get through. Because what I originally have these chains and like chakra chains that I have that I can latch on to the trees and maybe help guide the boat.
That's a good idea.
Yeah,
You can move things out of the way a little easier if there's
I
like
can move
debris.
things. I was like, just kind of playing being
Hall
the
manager.
hacker that I am.
Yeah.
That's
dude.
yeah. It's
I
like I'm
love
basically
that.
the guy that's swinging around.
Have y'all seen SpongeBob? Because there's an episode where he's the hall monitor, and I feel like you're the hall monitor. Yeah, but I was reading the hacker thing. It's like very much like you're the spec ops, where we're like, holy shit, we need this cleared, right? Like, I think having you freely able
so
to
that
to
was
move
kind of
around
like
kind of makes sense.
just to do kind of that. It's like I'm basically trying to keep us from any major problem. So I guess if that falls underneath cartographer, then that's what I'll be. If that falls into that. And
Perfect.
just to let y'all know how he does this is that he gets bigger. He's getting bigger and his like leaves and stuff come down. That way it's kind of like a little like suit, like a glider suit if he has to do some things.
Love that.
Yeah,
I'm just gonna
super
polymorph
cool.
until Taylor tells me I can't
I know,
polymorph no
right?
more.
Every time you're like, and this, and I'm like, Holly is like, yeah, this is like fascinating.
I love it. All right, so y'all, the captain is there to kind of aid and help in whatever other way that they would choose. I would say if you would like, everyone's always got their little walkie spidey on them. I think you've got your designated 1 to 2 per person that just chill there pretty much at all times. But I'll say, since you have them and they're kind of operating, and they're not technically under crew, we just had an NPC to kind of help guide the beginning. There's not like really a rule for them specifically. I'll have it be a floating +1 per round for anyone to use at any point in time. So we'll have 1 free advantage to anybody once per round.
Cool.
So
Nice.
Pick and choose who wants to use it when. So yes.
I'm sorry, this is a stupid little detail, but my little spiders are called Sanic and Knuckles. Those are the 2 little spideys. So just
Knuckles. Oh, Sanic Knuckles. Are they on like an old Sega bit? Like, is that where they specifically live?
Well, that's where they first learned, and now because he morphs and mutates. But like, yeah, that's where they landed for the first time.
I love it.
So, yeah. And they've become blue and red over time too.
I love it.
Gavin, I love you so much.
For anyone new as well to this world or to our stream, there is a race in this that is just a hive mind colony of spiders that kind of take on their own form, and that is what our captain is. But it's like those really cute little fuzzy jumping spiders, like the ones that like dance and stuff, and they're just real cute. And everyone has one on them that's walkie-talkies, since it is hive mind and they can communicate with each other. So it's a thing. You all take your spots, and the chainsaws rev up as Quario really digs his little fingies in there, and everyone is in their positions. I would assume Ruby, still tied to a rope, is kind of struggling to get up to your crow's nest in the wind. But once you kind of get in there and settled, you've got a little spot, and you all take off. So could I get Ruby, since you are our on watch?
Okay.
Let roll whatever you wish. How well this goes depends on what encounter y'all are about to have.
Oh God. Okay. Okay. Hold on. Let me see here. Nope.
Oh wait, we
Okay.
can help each other and stuff, right?
Nobody's with me. Got a light.
We are there in spirit.
Appreciate ya.
Oh.
So for the roll, if I were to roll it, I just do
can
one.
I,
Is it 1d6?
Can I make a tree canopy?
Oh, what's that, Casey?
I was gonna say, to help her, can I put like a tree canopy to block the sand as best I can?
Y'all are on top
her
of it
back.
at this point, and it's those
Oh,
big
it's on top.
cactuses.
Okay.
Yeah. Because
Good.
y'all pretty much have gotten on the highway, which is the blooms on top of it currently. But
Could I help by using some of the ropes or riggings to like help stabilize her, so she's not like kind of bouncing around with all the wind? She's like able to anchor down and actually get a good sight.
yes, but this is kind of the beginning of the round, which means that's your turn this round.
Don't do it.
Oh, okay, fine.
Don't do it.
If she's gonna say don't do it, I'm gonna not do it.
All right. So just so that I remember correctly, I start with 1 die, and then I can add whatever I'd like. Correct? If it makes sense.
So basically to start, you pick whichever edge you want to use, and that'll be your 1 die.
Okay.
So whichever there, then you can go up and add skills and languages for up to 3d6. And then you can add advantages for up to 2. So you can have a total of 6 at most, depending on how you build.
I believe in you, Holly. You got this.
I don't know, guys. I don't know. Crap.
Grace, you're holding yourself really elegantly.
I would say Grace would be the edge I would pick. Precision and balancing.
So you can pick, however many dots you have in like whatever particular skill, you can add that too. So if you have like 2 dots, you get 2d6. Just
okay
for reference there.
Got it.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So so yes, I would use Grace as my edge, and then I don't know if this would this count if like could I use brace, because I did take one in there to like keep my footing through it.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, great. So there's 2, and then I also have hawk sight. Does that give me any? Can I get a die?
Yep. You can get a die for that.
Okay, yay. That's gonna be my 3.
I believe in you.
Hey.
You get this.
And
we like doubles, right? Or
yes, highest and then doubles. Let me know if you get highest die and then whatever your doubles are, if there are any.
Okay, my highest die is 5, but no doubles.
Okay, that is not bad.
Yeah,
I think that's great.
Yep. Yeah, as long as you don't get 3 to 1, that's disaster, and that's a scary name.
Cool.
I need to situate my GM screen so I can still see it. Yeah, like when it's titled disaster, it can't be good, right?
Walking disaster.
I mean, we've established I don't know English words today already, but I'm pretty sure disaster means bad. Oh my god, I have just enough room for my GM screen and my glass of wine and my keyboard.
Goals. All right.
Perfect.
Yes.
Love it. You are kind of keeping an eye out on everything here, Ruby, as you're going. How does it look as you are up here kind of braced, as y'all have now kind of gotten out of whatever little windbreak you could have had, and you are, ready to keep an eye out?
I would say she has probably after years of living in the shank, she has got her little feetsies out, and she's I would say her wings aren't out or but I would say they're probably just what I would assume, just a little bit larger or expanded than a normal moth would sit, just to maintain balance. And she is looking in the distance because she knows that, my goodness, I am forgetting the name of the place we're looking for.
The Crescent Mesa.
Thank you. I wanted to call it Crescent, but I couldn't remember. So I'm looking for that. But as I look out, she where her fur of her moth face is, it kind of has when they come up above, it unfurls back a little bit more and relaxes. And her antennas, they come up a tiny bit, and she is just looking out as far as she can to find any direct route with the least amount of damage.
Alrighty. You're keeping an eye out, and you're able to still see as it is getting, darker and darker, as this is a very quickly approaching storm. You are still able to see just kind of the horizon of everything. But there's the petals that are kind of floating around, a couple maybe kind of hitch in the face. You pocket them for tea later for for Indy. And then something else kind of hits you in the face. It's a little harder. And you're like, ow, what the heck? And then another one kind of hits you, and you're like, oh my God, it's a little harder than the actual just grains of this sand. We'll say, you probably have, especially since y'all been in the heat for so long, kind of a little bit of a hard cover you can kind of pull up on there, and you kind of lean under it, and you start to see essentially giant globs of sand that resemble hailstones just start pelting all over.
This world has fucking sand hail? Are you kidding me?
It does now.
If it goes in the atmosphere enough, does it turn to glass? Oh God.
Oh no.
Yes. Yes. 100%.
Bring that idea to the table.
That's so cool.
Give the GM
that's so
ideas.
Cool. Yes. So
whose side are you on?
That's so cool. And then lightning comes down, and you see like from God of War, glass lightning bolts structured down, and it falls into things.
Yes.
So fucking cool.
I'm above the table. One of the encounters is electric storm. So now that you've brought this together, if there is a bad enough roll, they are combining. If you hit that,
that's so cool.
That encounter.
But that means I'm also electric, which means I can make little glass figurines. Cool.
Oh my God, this would be so cute.
Okay.
You're lucky that's awesome, because otherwise you'd be on my shit list for the foreseeable future.
But other than that, which is an encounter of its own, and y'all are gonna have to deal with that as you were seeing it dent into the softer parts of the ship, but the path does seem clear up ahead. You don't have anything in the immediate distance except for a little bit of movement on the horizon. Then you get hit with another hailstone. You can't quite focus.
I don't like that. So, and as she is starting to get hit by this, she doesn't necessarily go down, but she just hunkered down a tiny bit, and she relays to her little walkie-talkie spiders. I haven't got a name for them yet.
You all just hear
the bar so damn high.
You don't need to name the spiders. It's fine. I just have all the
to build on, especially now that Jason is here, so that this wonderful idea can live on. You all hear, Ruby probably says like, "Hey, it's hailing out here." You all hear, "It's hell out here."
Yeah. Good. Yeah. And I'm just like, and then I tell them again, like, whichever direction it is, I'm like, this direction is the fastest. Let's not dilly dally. And I can't wait to see how they say this. Good.
I was just going to see that.
Go to the direction towards the deli.
Yeah, good.
But go straight.
I like the deli too. Let's go there.
There might be a deli. But yeah, you all get the gist. I feel like you're pretty good at deciphering their very poorly telephoned messages. But also you are all now starting to hear, if you're down below, the tunk 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 of hailstones. And then I would say for sure, because it seems like Dredgen is outside and Drake, you're in the kind of the helm where glass is like, if one hard enough hits the glass, it starts to kind of spider out. And Dredgen, you're starting to notice it as well. What would anyone else like to do this round? As y'all now have hailstorm going, but you are heading straight.
Let's juice up this engine, if possible.
Absolutely. How would you like to do that?
I don't remember what our engine is. Can we remind everyone what we decided?
Oh yeah, because I love it. It's scary and awesome at the same time.
I also forgot. Oh, that's right.
It's the cocoon.
Yeah. So the engine is an unknown insect shifts inside, gluttoning on dreams and spinning them into an ebb of aeronautic force, or arcanautic force, which is the magic, which would be what you are kind of dealing with. So you're not like, let's just make it
shocking this
aware. Yeah, let's make it aware to everyone. We are not shock therapy.
The engine.
You're feeding it the magic that it eats. But also our crews report intensely vivid dreams because of such a engine.
It's how it feeds itself.
Yeah.
So what I'm gonna do is iron. So basically, what I'm going to do is, because of all of this kind of almost glass shelling, I'm also going to hunker down and just essentially focus out my electricity, not towards the engine itself, but the kind of parts that I'm sure that transfer the magic to the ship that are electric.
Okay. Yep.
So iron. So I'm going to be like hunkering down. I'm just now. If anyone else here is probably along the other thudding, I'm leaving the kind of hovering state and just thunking onto the ground with all my weight to kind of get a good grasp. I'm still doing the kind of gyroscopic movement. So that's iron. And then I'm also going to use brace. Or actually, let's do something different. Let's do... No, I think I am going to use brace. I think brace makes the most sense.
Okay.
Clinging to life in tough situations or keeping your footing through a storm. Yeah. And I have 2 in that.
Okay,
so that's
perfect.
3. And then I'm going to use one of my abilities. Oh, this is actually a good time for a question. How do we mark abilities? Do they get wiped every new session? Is it 5 total? It's a 5-track gear. It's 5-track.
Kind of depends. Which one is it here?
So I'm using Lightning's Call. I didn't use it last time, but I want to just ask for the future. So track trait, you can direct bursts of voltaic energy through your palms or fingies, dealing LR volt damage. But I'm going to not make it damage, but use that kind of ability to like hypercharge.
Yeah. So the tracks very much depends, because sometimes you can take like damage to certain things and tracks, and that's how that kind of works. Just for the ease of like, we'll just go with it. So if anyone's trying to listen to us to be like super rules proper, maybe ignore what I'm about to say. Let's just count this as a 3-track trait for this current encounter.
Okay.
So you have 3 times that you have the energy to lightning bolt, but we'll be good once you get a little chill moment.
Cool. Yeah. And then so that is, I'm assuming, just a 4th one?
Yep.
Cool. So let me roll. Oh, nice. I got a 6 and 2
Okay.
5s.
Okay, 6 and 2 5s. So that means you have a triumph as well as a twist. Will you describe your triumph? How does this work? There's nothing that I can input. So how do you imagine this getting the ship going?
So I think because Quario doesn't dream or sleep in the same kind of way. Excuse me. I think more his anchor opens up and this weird fluid between this cocoon and engine kind of are just meshing together while Quario's kind of hunkered down, and it's not just his fingies anymore. Now it's just kind of any bolts are kind of guiding themselves into the electrical mechanics of the machinery, and you see that it turns from like a normal blue electricity, blue-white, to this weird kind of viscousy different color of this memory bond thing. It becomes the electricity. Oh, I think.
Sorry, the dog was barking and I hit mute.
That freaked me out for a second because no one else was reacting. I was like, oh God.
Everybody feels as the ship just lurches forward. The kind of chainsaws up on the front start moving super fast. Like, it is surprising for the fact that, you know, it is. I feel like this whole experience in this reach has been very odd because it's very different than like a big old tree forest. And it makes it, I feel like you'd probably have to go a little slower, a little smarter. So that way the cactus doesn't just pulp and you get stuck and like all these issues, but it hits into the high gear. And it's almost like, you know, you go really fast on a bumpy road and it's like, kind of miss most of the bumps because you're going so fast. You're not like dealing with it. That is the feeling. Yeah, that is the feeling right now of where it's just like, oh my God, we're going really fast. But actually, this is pretty smooth compared to usual. Like, this is great. And you are able to take off, and the rush of energy shoots out in front as all of this energy is shot to the actual chains itself to get going. And I'll say that the unexpected event that the doubles allow is that it, for a moment, the wind and the magical energy that is like put off by this engine and your ship is stronger than the storm, to where the sand and the pedals and everything are pushed away in front of you, and you'll have a much clearer view ahead. You notice two things of where, Ruby, you have a much better view, and you see that movement that you had caught before is a little ways in front of you is a ship, a large ship, also heading directly towards the mesa.
Okay.
With large cargo kind of on the back of it. And by large cargo, I mean like machine parts and such just stored on the back of the ship.
Say. Okay.
Second thing, notice as we go to now Dredgen's turn of the wind is breaking bits of this cactus and these things apart. And you have any of y'all seen the absolutely horrific videos of like ships out in the deep sea when like the big logs will fall off of a ship and then later come shooting out of the waves? That's essentially what we're dealing with right now, of just there is now like these very hardened, dried pieces of dead cactus that are kind of shooting up as the entire tangle is kind of moving with all of this, one of them being directly in the way. What would you like to do, Dredge?
Oh, I already know what I'm doing. Don't worry about it. So we're gonna use, because this is what I'm good at. Well, I'm gonna use tides, which is rely on your knowledge of the waves and quirks and secrets of the wild seas.
Nice.
So that's my first one. The next one, Wave Walker, which means I don't even have to. I can get through this without even using the ship. Now, I wanted to also use hack, but I don't. I will lessen my hack to
Is
1.
wave
So I have
walk
2 in it. Can I do that? Because I have 2 in it.
Uh,
Wave walk is a skill, and hack is a
Hack is
skill.
a skill.
So you can only, I believe, choose one skill to use.
Oh, okay.
I'll double check that.
You
I know
know
you can
what?
get up to
I'll
3d6
use
including languages,
Wave
so I
walk.
think
I'll
Yeah.
use wave walk cause. So the
I
reason
will
why
also
I say I'll
give
use
you
my wave because I have grappling chains designed to.
Sorry, we're on a bit of a delay between you and me,
I have
Casey.
grappling change, which is a detail find quickly. I'm sorry, audio that's delaying. Okay. Grapple
You've got-
chain. That's what I want to use.
Grapple chain, wave walk, tights.
Yep.
Beautiful. I will give you, just because it was a twist, but with a triumph, I will give you an extra d6 because of Koryo's triumph and making that much more visible. Because essentially, y'all have now avoided a negative impact of this a little easier. So you can have up to 5.
I got double 6s.
Let's go.
I got 3 6s technically.
Damn. You didn't even need that extra d6.
Hell yeah.
Okay. So, explain to us how this looks as you succeed. You were able to get these pieces of this dead iron spines out of the way before the ship, which is going super fast now and would not be able to stop in time. You're able to get it out of the way in time flawlessly. How does that look to us, to everybody?
Okay. So, you guys, anybody who's looking sees Dredgen, just these blacked out chains show up out of nowhere, out of like just kind of materialize out of his lumber arms that he had, and green flame comes out of them with scythe looking things like kunines as he throws it at that cactus and then just pulls with all of his strength. You guys hear like the cracking of his wood as he pulls this wood over the front of the ship and out of the way.
Hell yeah. So I mean, Koryo can't see it, but I feel like you have a sense, because I think we talked, kind of, well, at least with like probably your brother, and we've established with Drake, who also is very electronic, but you know, or electricity, you know, something cool's going on. But Ruby, you get to see this, just feat of engineering and magic, because he is part ghost and mechanisms. Impressive. Is what it is. As this gets just flung out of the way and y'all are able to keep scooting through. Now we have to get a twist with that, an unexpected event. Let me look and see if one of these other encounters could have a thing. Oh, I know what could happen. And because I don't want it to be mean because it was double 6s. You know, it's an unexpected event. It's not supposed to be bad necessarily because you succeeded. You'll know, have y'all seen like the videos? I mean, it's a little scary because you know, when like a little seal comes and like swims up on the boat and you're like, oh, it's because an orca is chasing him. And you're like, we could all die, but you're really adorable. There is a moment of, I think, when you pull up the cactus and there is a creature that is attached to it, and it looks like a kitten, but it's all like very cactus like. It's very similar to the what are the cactus people themselves called? Why can't I remember it off the top of my head?
Oh, I was going to say the Pathfinder name. Never mind.
I keep wanting to say gal, but that's the mushroom people. I'll look it up in a moment. But It looks, yeah, it is very like very light and green. It has like just the very light little like cactus thorns on it, kind of like a very newly grown cactus. It has just like a couple of little buds on
Ectus.
like this ectus, thank you, on where like the head would be, is a couple of little buds of like a bluish and a pinkish and a little orange flower. But then its feet almost look like little deer hooves, but then it has the little tail, and it's just holding on to this thing, and then just like kind of looks over at you, and I think just like immediately nuzzles into some of your armor and just like holds on.
I just want to do a quick shout out because the graphical
Okay.
Ronin said attaches to cactus or something like that. Attaches to cactus.
Yes.
Just-
I love it. But yeah, so you have at
So-
least for as long as
so,
it's attached to you. Okay.
I was like, I will be like, it's okay, little buddy, and I pick it up and I put it in the center. Like I open up my leaves, and I just put it in the center, and then like it's just its head just pokes out of my little belly, just sitting right there. It's like, and I just pat on it. It's like, it's okay, buddy.
Adorable. I love it. Okay, so y'all now kind of have it's starting to kind of, the storm is starting to whip back and kind of take up a little bit of that clear space that y'all had, but you are able to keep going. And so Drake, I think you're the last one to kind of go this turn. You have a clear path, you can see a little better. You know that this possible enemy ship, if y'all seem to have chosen it as an enemy, the ship that has stolen the drilling supplies is ahead and headed towards the mesa as the storm is starting to kind of take back over. But y'all are nearly there as this thing has gone so stinking fast. And you can see as the ship, like, I guess everybody first that can kind of see ahead notices and has this like, oh fuck moment of the side of the mesa that you are coming up on is not the side where the port is. You would have to go around to go to the official port, and you were not going to make it. But this ship is also going straight into the side, and you watch as it kind of dips below the cactus right at the edge of the mesa. And y'all are kind of following suit. Where are you steering? Are you kind of following that same way? You can see some little caves and holes and things in various parts of the mesa. As you know, this is kind of like people live in it, but there's clearly no port here. What would you like to do?
So this other ship has loot, is what we're gathering, right?
You're gathering it has the
Stolen-
equipment from the
stolen
dead
goods.
people. Yeah, the
And
dead
that
people ship.
if it has the equipment, it's probably the ones that did the killing.
And they dove under, like to go.
Like right at the rock. So it looks like they made it to the mesa and they went to park somewhere. And you just can't see where.
I said,
I'm gonna park the front of our ship on the ass of theirs. That's exactly what I'm gonna do. So
Okay.
I'm gonna use the intercom
Mhm.
system in addition to the little spiders, and just be like, hold on to your hats, ladies and gents. We're going to be. I saw y'all both react. This turn's gonna be a doozy. And just a lurch, straight, like almost like a roller coaster reacting. Like, I'm gonna look under the hull. Obviously, I'm gonna use hull sight, make sure like I can see kind of where we're attached and see if there's like a clearing, and then I'll push out the comms to the our hacker friend. Casey, I don't remember your character's name.
Treasure.
Dredgen?
Dredge.
Cool.
Dredging.
So yeah, Dredge, you should be on high alert here. This is going to be a bumpy ride.
You guys just see him take those glowing chains and like just slam them into the side of the ship.
Nice.
Okay. What are we rolling, Matt, to steer the ship towards this unknown?
I think I have sharp which I kind of want to use because it's like often used to solve problems or outmaneuver others and stuff like that. So I think I'm gonna rely on it. I'm gonna drop my dice as I unsheath them. Okay, 1 sharps. I'll do. What does this do? Probably sense, because the first one is hone your senses to gather information, right? I want to make sure that I'm navigating effectively. Yeah. I have 2 in that.
Or reacting.
Yeah. So I have 2 of that.
Right.
I have 1 edge. Skills are up to 3, and then aspects, or no, advantage is up to 2d6. I'm using my hull sight. Do I get a benefit in the die roll to that at all?
I'd allow it.
Okay. And then I'm also going to use my Calico Slink, which is a semi-spectral cat that winds itself around my legs, and I have the ability to see clearly without light. So even though we're going under kind of the canopy where it's likely darker, right, it's as clear as day.
Okay. I'd allow it.
All right, so I got 5. Y'all have rolled so damn well and set the bar so damn high. Knowing my luck, especially because Casey already got the 6-6. Oh wait, fuck! I dropped the die. I got double 6s, but I need to roll to see if I get a 3rd. And it's a 2, so I got double 6s.
Okay. You speed forward. I feel like in coordination, knowing that this is what you're doing, the ship will give a bit so y'all don't slam at magical full speed into like a stone or anything. You are able to follow suit. Y'all dip down, like you get to the edge of this rock, and it's kind of almost like a waterfall of these iris blooms down into this section. But where this ship should have gone, you don't see it, and you don't see a path. And you have to really quickly turn the ship to where it almost like sidelines, like does a little parallel up to the rock. And then you see off to the side a little for a ship, but still ship size large, that you're able to kind of nestle into as the storm just immediately hits overhead, making almost pitch black for y'all as you are now into this rock, a little sheltered from it. But you can see in front of you, and where this hole is a rock natural tunnel. And it's darkened with occasional little like bioluminescent kind of like mushroomy type things that give just a little bit of a dull glow. And with that, I would like to switch over real quick our point of view, our camera here, to Steve.
Harvey?
Not Steve Harvey. David, you are chilling wherever you be chilling when you hear a very loud, familiar scraping of a chainsaw ship come rolling up and slam into a wall. They don't normally come here, so that's odd. But could we get like a little... I can't hear you. Oh, wait, I know why I can't hear you. Hold on. It was on my end. We had to mute you because I heard baby earlier.
Oh, thank you.
Now I hear you.
Hey, everybody. Yeah. So yeah, I think Steve's like first thought is like, tourists are lost again.
Love it. What is what are you actively doing? And for our audience, what do you look like? What's the vibe?
I think for the audience, we see a human or an ardent, right? And our ardent is wearing probably this shirt with some like overalls, little like an overall strap on one side kind of deal. The other strap is broken, long gone, right? And Steve is also wearing this hat.
Yes, Steve.
He's wearing this hat. And with the sound of this crash, we see Steve brandish his trusty iron. As he like gets low and starts to sneak around the corner to try and see what's going on. He's got in like one of the pockets, he's got like some of those like bioluminescent mushrooms, like it's all like glowy over one of his fingers, and they're like he's like trying to stuff them into his pocket so he can maximize his stealth and not advertise exactly where he's at as he goes around the corner to see who's in his tunnel. This is my gathering spot. What are you doing here? This is my secret hole. You can't get my specimens.
I need y'all to know, I mean, it's muted, but I can hear Matt absolutely losing his shit through the
We
apartment.
can too.
We can
We
hear
can too.
your mic.
I love it. So Steve, you creep around the corner.
I put a hand back to keep my companion,
Out of view, or just
out of view and safe.
Okay.
She has to stay safe.
You peek around the corner and you see a ship. It's very large. It's very kind of a smattering of different materials and put together. It is nothing you notice or recognize of anything that's normal from here. Very odd. And then you see, probably stepping off, kind of trying to look around the area, two ironbound, one rather large, one a hodgepodge of various pieces. You see a very bright pink and yellow and cute Mothrin, as well as Ketra, that's what they're called. You see, what is kind of the coloring of your Ketra, Drake? I don't remember what the...
That's because it changes.
Oh, that's right. What is it currently then?
What's a like confident color?
Orange.
It's the opposite of orange.
Brown.
Okay, so he's gonna be like a blue, like a bluey orange. It like
I
that
get
whole
it.
interaction. He
I
was
love
very
it.
much like a cool. I'm gonna do this. Like I'm gonna do this kind of vibe.
Perfect.
I love it.
Yeah.
And then you see another figure, which is like humanoid in shape, but clearly very undulating, and lots of pieces of fabric and scarves and things kind of put together. You would recognize this probably as Zella Cray, as there are some around here as well.
Sure.
All looking probably a bit confused.
Okay, good. All right, they're bewildered. I'm gonna reach into my pocket and pull out some of those mushrooms and throw them on the ground and like back into the shadows a little bit, just to test them.
Swear to
Did
God,
we
I
just
thought
get-
you were gonna say pocket sand,
Did
and
we
I was
just
like,
get
no.
pocket sand?
I swear. I was like,
did we just get pocket sand?
What I'm gonna,
Look, Casey.
I have an idea. I have an ability called Geist, which lets me pick up objects and move them at my will. So I'm gonna like to pick up the mushrooms and use them as a guiding light, like they just fell off the ground, and then just kind of push them as we move forward.
Oh, okay. Steve's gonna back away from this. This is way outside of Steve's scope. He's gonna back up a little bit, and you will hear in a shaky voice, "You're surrounded. You should go back where you're from."
Steve is gonna hear. And like, go
Okay,
ahead.
go
Holly,
ahead.
go ahead.
Go
Like,
for it,
his
Matt.
voice is quivering. Like
Yeah.
he's terrified.
Steve is gonna hear. So I guess Taylor, do I see that we are surrounded, or using my hall sight?
A solid tunnel with like one little offshoot, and you know they're not in your ship. There could be more in this offshoot. You don't know.
Okay. So all Steve is going to hear is from the speaker systems, like, define surrounded, friend, because as far as I can tell, you're the only one that doesn't belong on this ship. That is near.
Y'all are off the. Sorry, let me I kind of just narrated to get y'all off the ship to make it easier. You can still talk in the intercom, but y'all are on the ground.
That's how I was able to move the mushrooms.
Yeah,
you should just talk on the intercom.
Yeah, so there's like
you can still talk in the intercom.
Yeah.
I'm gonna make him. Oh my god. Okay. Retcon. I want to make this fucker believe our ship is sentient. So I'm gonna make him think like Crystal Methodist with the fucking frying pan. I'm gonna make him think that the ship is talking.
Wow.
That's the intent.
What
do you mean I'm surrounded?
Just gonna like he's backing away. He's like the floating mushrooms. That was unexpected. The talking ship. Okay.
Steve is definitely gonna see Ruby like is like very I'm gonna really age myself here. If anyone remembers the cartoon Tailspin with Cloud Kicker, okay? Like,
you just made Casey so happy. I know he's muted. He's yelling. I'm just telling you, he's yelling.
Like that is like how she kind of like she glides down, like that's what she's on, right? But she doesn't have that. That's just how she is. And but when she like lands, it's really soft, light, and elegant, and like her like antennas, that these fronds like pop out, and they're very dense, and they light up.
Oh, cool. All right, so Steve is probably like a little taken by the arrival. Right?
And so she's just real gentle. She's not trying to be intimidating. She's just
right. But yeah, that's like that grace, right?
She's like, are you sure? It looks like it's just you.
Sweetly calling you on your shit.
It's not just me. But you're not surrounded. I was just, I thought maybe you were dangerous or something. So I thought, I could scare you off. But you're right. It's just me and my my companion.
She will like lower her antennas down just so he can like see her face, and then like raise them back up, and is like, Ruby, my friends call me Ruby. When you put the pan away,
I'll put it in my pack. My name is Steve. It is good to meet you, Ruby. You're very kind.
David brought a fucking pan.
that looks like a cast iron skillet too. That's probably heavy holding that.
Good job. Fucking forearms,
so
David.
strong.
Good forearms.
I'm dying.
This thing is really heavy. Like it.
Yeah, I know. And you were holding it like this for a while.
Yeah.
I think Quario is going to
I'm
do
like,
his levitation. No, go ahead, Kizzy.
No, I was just saying, as delayed as it is, I cook with cast iron all the time. That shit ain't light.
It's one of his named pieces of gear.
Steve is absolutely ripped, but it's like that dad ripped where you can't really tell, but like he could lift anything.
Is it like Master Roshi, where like you look at him and he's just like shriveled old man until he takes his shirt off?
He has the Master Roshi shirt on, so he's halfway there.
Yeah.
So yeah,
so good.
Steve says, "Are you all raiders, or are you lost, or what's the situation here? So I know if I should be skedaddling or helping."
Well, I just saw that you have a bunch of stuff on the back of your ship. Where'd you get that stuff?
Steve has no ship. Steve is in a tunnel.
Oh.
Steve is alone in a tunnel in the
ship has disappeared.
Yeah, y'all were chasing some ship.
Oh.
Yeah, y'all came down. There was no ship. You had to dodge out of the way.
Okay.
Yeah. You had to dodge out of the way into a side cavern, which is where you're at, because wherever it went, You lost it.
Aw, this makes meeting you so much better. Okay. Because I was like, I don't want to kill you, but I will.
Holly's like, you're a murderer.
Okay. Then, well, we actually followed a ship here.
Oh.
And this is accidental. Accidental.
Oh, who were you following? Were you friends or what's going on with that?
I'm afraid that we are likely to not be friends.
They
Were they,
weren't very kind. And then Quario kind of just does his
Yes.
levitation off
So
the boat.
cool.
And he's still hovering the mushrooms right by you. They're kind of like probably right at your face, so you can see very, very clearly. And you see this like 8-foot tall, gyroscopically moving mechanized thing with a face of an N64 port for the mouth and 2 sockets for eyes. And like they were not very friendly and took some lives that should not have been taken. So we seek justice and to return items belonged to Crescent Mesa.
Oh, okay. Yeah. All right. Well, welcome to the Crescent Mesa. I'm a little concerned. I might know who you're talking about. It's okay, Fluffy. Come on out. It's okay. And you all see as this large, up to Steve's like pectorals, long ant walks out with its scarred face. You can see where it probably once had giant ant mandibles. Those are gone. It only has like the little feeding mandibles, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's red. And around its neck is a little like dog collar that has a rhinestone F and L. And then where there used to be the rest of the bling name Fluffy is just like the glue stitching or whatever where the Fluffy stuff fell off. So this is Fluffy. And Fluffy is carrying saddlebags full of water.
Aw, I love Fluffy. Sidebar: have you guys seen the picture of the zoomed-in ant face that was going
Ants are
around the internet?
horrifying.
They're actually super freaking creepy.
Yeah, they're creepy normally.
Yeah,
But this one is cool.
It's giant. I mean, this thing is heavier than
Terrifyingly
Steve
cool.
is. You know, I mean, it's a big thing.
It's a big.
Hey,
that's a
David,
big
could I get an ant fact?
Oh, you want an ant fact? Awesome.
Yeah.
Okay. So the crazy thing about ants is that oh my god, we forgot ant facts. Holy shit. Okay.
Oh, antihydrate.
Okay, yeah. So ants are wasps that learned to just walk around on the ground, and that's why only some of them can fly and not all of them.
Oh, and why they bite?
And and why they
much?
bite and sting is because they have wasp stingers.
Oh,
There's so
Okay.
many ant facts. Can I help with that?
I did switch and put it on a cooldown, so now you have 1, 2, 3, 4 more ant facts.
This is amazing. This is amazing.
So,
Okay,
so we need 4 more ant facts. We don't have to get them right now. We can sprinkle them, but I did
Yeah,
put the
all right, all right.
redemption
Well,
on a
okay.
cooldown.
You don't have to give me
Interesting
my
fact,
ant
you all
facts that
notice
I asked
that
for.
standing here, Fluffy is not like gulping in air and breathing. You don't see her thorax like rise and fall with lungs. You see little side ports on her body open and close as her open system just brings in air when it needs it.
Ants are so cool.
There you
and that's
go.
why Raid works, right? Because it clogs up those pores and things like that.
Dude, yeah, right. They have an open system inside, so like
That's so mean.
stuff's wild.
I'm never using
sure.
Raid ever again.
Poison's like incredibly.
I'm never killing ants anymore, ever
Yeah.
again.
Oh, I'm going after them still. Ants are motherfuckers. I don't know why y'all are
You know,
protecting
look, right?
ants.
You're
Feel
in
nothing.
a town, right?
Feel
No,
nothing
you're in
for the
Oregon or something like that. Where are you? Where are you in the world?
Washington State. Gavin.
Washington State. Okay, cool. So your state is inundated with one of the world's largest colonies. It's actually a global colony.
Yeah, I
And
believe it. Is it in the?
it started in California,
rainforest?
and it is now
Okay.
global. And all of the members of this species cooperate. If they run into each other, they don't fight. There's
Stop
literally
it.
cool.
Wait, hold on. You're
literally
telling
Stop
me
it.
colony.
that
You're
the
lying.
ant colony co-op originated in California. That's what I just
We're a
agreed.
co-op ship.
What is the desert in Mexico just underneath California?
Like the Mojave?
Yeah, that whole area has this like I think this one species of ant and is now global, and it cooperates.
Look, we
Isn't
got
there a
through 3
type
of the
of-
4 ant facts real quick. You want to just throw one more?
Wait, isn't there an ant that like
I know.
basically what it does is it kills another ant and then mimics its pheromones, so then it can go
Oh,
and
the
raid
Mojave,
its
yeah.
stockpiles?
You are 100% right. That is the Amazonian red ant, and they enslave the Amazonian gray ant.
All right, I'm
Yeah.
going back to killing ants.
So the
That's
Amazon-
what I'm saying.
Ants
It's
are
a
notorious
motherfucker.
for doing that.
Yeah. So the Amazonian red ant new queen, she lands near a gray ant colony, marches through the colony, killing every ant she sees until she gets into the queen's chamber, learns her scent, and then mimics her instantly.
Ants
Them
are
some
motherfuckers.
bitches.
That's what I'm telling y'all. I said that
Fluffy's
from the
not
very
though.
beginning.
Fluffy's real
Fluffy's
sweet.
not. Fluffy's an
Fluffy's
exception.
like a little worker, and
Yeah.
her colony is long
You did
gone.
say red ant, though.
She is red. She has
Red ants are great.
Not all
Like-
Does
red
she
ants
breathe
bite.
fire?
Yeah, look, have you ever seen?
No,
Okay,
not on the Wildsea.
Holly, yeah, right. Holly did it herself. Have any of y'all seen Honey, I Shrunk the Kids?
Sorry.
Yes.
Yeah.
All right, the auntie,
Mhm.
right? That they eventually ride. That's
Mhm.
what we're going for here. Okay,
Yay.
Cool.
you know,
I can
adorable,
love 'em.
friendly aunt,
I love it.
helpful,
I love it.
friendly aunt. Chat gets it. Chat's always
Metal ant solid fucking ant union.
Fucking ant union, dude. I love it.
Y'all all see large ant come wandering out of the darkness behind Steve,
yeah.
the just like painfully human man in this tunnel with an ant.
That's the perfect description of Steve. He's painfully
Steve has given me also heavy Gone Fishing vibes, but instead of fishing, it's mushrooms. So it's Gone Shrooming.
Gone
Gone
shrooming.
Shrooming.
Foraging.
Yeah. So yeah, Steve says, so me and Fluffy, we traveled through the tunnels. These tunnels were all dug out by her old colony, and people live in here, and the port's on the other side. That's used to be where the entrance to the colony was, and all that kind of stuff. And so, you're on the wrong side, But probably
Thank you
this is the
for that.
safer side to be on, quite honestly, because the other side has protesters and the leeches and the Grutus and all those guys. Like, that's just bad news bears.
Is the ant union striking? Is that why there's the protests on the other side?
Sadly, all the ants were wiped out.
Oh, wow.
Except for Fluffy
Wait,
here.
way to go.
Dredging up painful memories.
God.
Yeah. Unfortunately, there are other ant colonies around, but this hive is empty.
Well,
Here on
have
the
you seen
Crescent Ridge.
any other interesting activity around this area? Because we were following that mean ship and it came down here and then disappeared. So is there another entrance maybe they used? Or
Yeah, but you would not, it's just the one ship. There's just a handful. Yeah, no, I wouldn't go to like the Gruta's little hidey hole.
Grutas? What are Grutas? Wait, would my character know what Grutas are? Or is this okay? What are Grutas?
Gruta's is probably who you ran into.
Oh,
We need to talk to Grutas.
how do we find them? Can you tell me more about them?
Well, they're like this. It's complicated. Okay, I used to be a Grutus. Back when we were just trying to make sure that the people had water, and that kind of thing. We were all pushing back against the leech, and then things happened. The hardliners took over, and The Grutas ain't what they used to be. So your best bet, honestly, is maybe to come into town and kind of figure out your next move, because these tunnels aren't, they're, some of them aren't even stable anymore. This isn't the best place.
Am I in a safe spot where I'm currently parked?
Sure. Yeah, looks. I mean, I'm not a boat guy, but yeah, it looks good to me.
Boat guy.
That tunnel's not going to collapse on me, is it?
I'm not a tunnel guy either, but I just live here, man.
You're just a frying pan guy.
like,
What
just
kind of guy are you, friend? Steve? Wait, have you introduced? You said your name was Steve, right?
Yeah. My name is Steve.
What kind of guy are you, Steve?
Mushrooms guy. I'm a guy who likes to find ingredients, and I cook. I'm probably the only person who brings in water to the village right now.
If we do go to the other side of the port, would you like a ride? We are happy to take you and your fluffy friend.
Storm is still raging. You're not getting on
Maybe
your boat.
not. Never mind.
Ruby
I would
hears you say ingredients though, and she's like, "Did you say food?"
I'm a chef. I'm a cook, or what do we call ourselves? Char. I'm a char.
What do we call ourselves? Good.
I'm a char. In this world, in this
written
setting,
on his hand.
we don't call
Char.
ourselves cooks. We call
Right.
What are we? Char.
Well, what is the weakness of what were you again?
Are you?
What was your greaser gang? What were
I was in the middle of an existential crisis there, not Moth Lady. Now I understand the nature of your question. Who is the Brutus? Is the
Brutus? I need to write that down. I'm sorry.
No longer associated with it. Have certainly turned into a piratey type gang.
Who is the head of this Grutus now, of this pirate type gang?
Oh man, you'll. Well, okay, it's two people. Okay, they're like kind of a underworld power couple at this point, right? I mean, they now run the show. There used to be a gentle council, and I was on it and all that good stuff, and we were all good, and then stuff happened. But it's Killsby and Samula.
Killsby. It's a nice name. How old is Steve looking?
Steve's looking how he sounds.
He's giving me hard boomy vibes.
50 plus, 55
I don't know,
plus.
man.
It's like a hard 30 or a
Yeah, I was gonna say 55 plus sounding, realistically 38.
Yeah.
I don't know a boomer that likes to cook or knows how. Sorry.
A boomy,
So like every truck driver out there.
Oh, got it. Tracking now. Honestly, same though.
Yeah, I was gonna say both work. How long do these storms usually last? Like, can we wait out? Would it make sense for us to wait out here in this little tunnel with our new friend? Or
well, I mean, where you're at right now is probably pretty good. I wouldn't expect this part of the tunnel to get filled in with sand, so you're probably okay. We could walk and talk. Like I said, I'm kind of the only one supplying water to the village right now, and me and Fluffy just filled up. So,
I'm
if
happy
you don't
to
mind,
carry any cargo so Fluffy can have a lighter ride.
Well, Fluffy's a working ant. She feels odd if she doesn't have something to do. She gets all. I don't know if you've ever seen a puppy that doesn't have a job, but it's bad news. So, like,
Ruby is like in her head. She's like, "Yes, Fluffy and I are the same." Like, like,
So we're just gonna go ahead and keep the saddlebags on her. Keep it a little heavy.
How tall is this opening? Am I having to crouch?
Good news there. Fluffy was a worker ant, and soldier ants are usually about 3 times larger than the workers. And the tunnels are always built to accommodate at least 2 or 3 soldiers walking past one another. So these tunnels are actually rather tall and wide.
Okay.
We could all walk down here comfortably because of ant facts.
Ant facts. Drop them.
So y'all want to follow Fluffy and Steve to the main part, like the city part of the tunnels?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I think so. Oh, we would. I would say Knuckles. Hey, we are going to be following our new friend Steve and his aunt Fluffy, going to the main town, looking for the Garoots or Grutus. Grutus.
I think you
Thank you whoever
hear
wrote that in chat.
the
That's really
captain standing right next to you and was like, "Yes, I heard the conversation."
Oh,
Captain, maybe you should
right.
stay.
But why?
so sad.
As a captain, I didn't realize I was in the presence of royalty. Are you thirsty? I can get you like a moist rag that you and the rest of your can drink from.
They just like take off one of their scarves. That would be wonderful.
Yeah, okay, good. And they Steve holds it and like opens up the top cask in the saddlebags and like dunks the scarf in water and brings it back, and so like there's this like just like the most delicious looking wet water ever. Right. And Steve like tries his best to keep it from spilling. Like, how you can like move stuff around a little bit to keep it from just like losing.
Yeah.
So Steve is kind of doing that, and he's just kind of jostling a little bit gently, trying to hand it back to the captain.
Nice. Yeah. They'll take it. And it seems like their hands, which are also just all wrapped in fabric, almost kind of grow a bit to also help keep in the water and then just plop it back on.
Excellent. That's good. That's
I appreciate
my
that.
understanding the most comfortable way for you to drink, and I'm glad that we could accommodate.
I appreciate. Are there many like me here?
A few, yes.
I'm not going to stay on the ship. I must talk to them, or some of them. I love hearing where everyone's from.
Naturally, this is quite an eclectic colony.
Oh, how fun!
Yeah, Steve takes you all through these tunnels. They're dark, and he's got
mushrooms
like,
are
torch or something to help light the way.
okay.
I mean, the mushrooms
are dull
like,
glow.
Just for a vibe, just a little bit of blue.
Yeah.
Underdark vibes.
So by the way, as we're getting to know each other, any of you have perhaps some rare specimens or flavors upon that you travel with that maybe we could do an exchange?
Do you go up? We're good. Yeah. Do you go out and up often?
Sure. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
The tunnels are where I find ingredients and the water.
Oh, well, unfortunately, Indy was feeling quite peckish and stayed to make some food and teas. They would have been perfect. They have lots of great things. I do have some of their tea. And she'll just pull out a little satchel with like a bunch of different things.
Oh, well, this is fantastic. If you would be so kind as to share, or I could trade for, I love to brew up delicious fortifying meals.
Sounds wonderful.
Are all teas that Indy made hallucinogenic or just some?
I hope so.
No, yeah, it's just some. Like, she's got like chamomile and like.
Yeah, here's some mushrooms. Yeah, enjoy. Here's some mushroom tea.
Fortifying meals.
Yeah.
Something will be fortified.
New truths about
It'll
the
be
universe
fire.
together.
Great.
Feast for the soul.
Neuroplasticity.
Can y'all imagine a colony of spiders on hallucinogenics or some sort of drugs? It just feels so bad.
Right.
But y'all continue on and kind of talk and walk. Oh, go ahead, Casey.
Sorry, I was gonna say because he was asking for things like trades. This if you thought Gavin's character was big, finally this big giant tree looking thing walks up to you. He's like, you like cooking, and he takes a part of his armor, and he just takes his sword, like his little kunai, and just skins a piece of it off and hands it to you. I have living antidote called pure spit or sweat, and I'm gonna say that's my sap.
Oh damn.
He's like, the sap in
Sap.
here will make a very well-to-do
Damn.
antidote.
Okay, cool. Yeah, he
Yeah.
immediately like
And he hands that to
he
you.
immediately takes that, and you see him like produce a specimen jar, and it is in there and capped like fast.
He's
Like,
got that down.
super fast. And he's like,
Oh,
that is quite that is, that
just
is
like a
quite
flurry of
generous
hand
you.
motion.
Yeah.
I know exactly who needs this. You've made somebody's day. You're a good person.
Question mark.
Keezy's character's just ripping off the skin on his arms, dripping it into a
Oh,
base
yeah,
for
yeah.
you.
And he's just like as efficient
it
as possible.
grows back.
Like,
Yeah,
It
I
grows
totally
back.
get it.
The visual though.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Also, if you allow it, David, my little cactus cat that I have, he comes out of nowhere and then just sits on the ant
oh, sweet.
and
That's
curls up
awesome.
and falls asleep.
That's so good. Yeah.
I have,
It's
a,
like, oh,
I have a cactus cat.
that's cute. I don't think that Fluffy can see in that spot where the cat is. You know, they got that blind spot in the very center between the eyes, so that's really cute.
Y'all
Don't be
continue walking and talking, and after a bit, you circle in and you see the light, the mushrooms, and then actual, synthetic lighting, the very clearly man-made lighting, start to kind of dot some of the tunnels, as there's even kind of doors into the side of some of these tunnels where it looks like you're starting to get the populated area where it looks like this is like people's apartments kind of vibes, up a little higher, until it opens up now into a much bigger opening here where you now can smell the various different foods. You can hear people talking. You can hear people like music being played in various areas. You see kind of it is very clearly, thankfully, the direction of the storm, which seems to probably be the usual direction of the storm. You can see it's still blowing out of this kind of large opening that is able to, you're keeping the weather out a bit. But you can see that there are little buildings and perches with brightly colored tapestries and awnings that go all the way up and look to maybe go outside onto the side of the mesa as well. But also deep on the inside, you see food carts and things. You can see various crafts makers and craftsmen and stuff in different parts. And it is even little walkways going up kind of the wall of this bigger room with obviously more apartments and things and such, where it is absolutely hopping. You could get, textiles woven out of like dried and softened cactus spines, and like the horsehair kind of pottery vibe, but with the dried bits of cactus. Like there's so many interesting different arts and crafts going as well. But you also see all over the place now, as you've kind of gotten to this area, plaster up on the walls and banners, all hailing the Leech Consortium and come work here, thanks to this, or notes of this, or just different ads and different things going around. And you can very clearly notice a bit of a crowd at the entrance where another very large Leech Consortium sign is. That very clearly seems to be its office. People with picket signs and one person standing on a bit of a taller little bandstand talking out. You can see, like I said, music, you can see bands, you can see kids running around and playing, every different type of people that you can imagine. It's not like clearly mostly Ectus. It is a big blend here. One thing, though, is very noticeably missing, and that is water or drink. Not much of that around. as I think while you all kind of take in your surroundings and see, which place you would like to go adventure next, we'll take a quick break. We can all stretch our legs, get something to drink, and we'll be back in about 10 or 15 minutes. Sounds good. All right. Be back, y'all. Welcome back, everybody. Oh, hold on. Solo.
Oh, Lolo. Oh, it's the different. We swapped to a different,
Yeah.
service.
Switched over there. Let me just keep jacking my gain up. Okay. Oh, that looks too loud.
I don't know. Did Discord give me a bigger hat?
kind of.
Bigger on a different video call.
It kind of gave a different hat there.
I don't even know how that's possible.
Let me add this with a little bit less. That makes me quieter. Okay. All right, we're gonna hope that this works. Let me know, anybody listening, if me or anyone else is too loud, as I try to audio balance with Discord on the fly.
Can we get an ant fact though?
Oh yeah, we need an ant fact.
Absolutely. There's ants will do all kinds of things. They were the first species on the planet that we know of that had its own cattle.
The fuck?
What do they use for cattle?
Thank you for bringing this up.
Yeah, they have these little, like, there's this one species that has these little, like, aphids or something like that. The aphids will suck the sap out of a plant, and then the ants protect the aphids, move the aphids from plant to plant to make sure that it always has, like, good pastures. And then they will, like, take the food from the aphid and they will feed themselves from the aphid. So the aphids are their food supply, and they protect the food supply, and they make sure the food supply has its own food supply.
They lick them.
What?
They lick them for their sugar.
They use their little antenna to, like, get the aphid to secrete the juice, the milk, or whatever.
Y'all are gonna make me an ant stand by the end of this fucking stream, man. Like,
I'm still not fucking with my ants. Oh, sorry. I am still fucking with my ants.
As well you should. As well you should.
That's actually how we learned about raising herds, like, of animals, was watching them. I'm dead serious.
Whoa.
Wild.
What?
I love it.
That's amazing. I didn't know that.
How did
Like, watching how they would corral the aphids and use them and keep them, we were like, hey, that's a great idea.
What?
as in like OG humans, or when we were like
OG.
Wild.
I swear, I'll find it.
All right.
I'm posting.
One more ant fact for you, just because, Gavin, you mentioned it a few times. Go get yourself some borax, dude. Go get yourself some borax. It's just an element, okay? You're done growing, right? You're like a full-grown adult, right? So that's the thing. Borax will mess up a kid. So don't have it around kids, right? But you, as a full-grown adult without little ones nearby, you can get some borax traps, and they have them at the hardware store. Like, you're fine. And they love it. They're like, oh my gosh, this is the sweetest thing in the world. And they'll like go straight for it in the colonies.
Huh.
Borax.
The more you know. All right.
That's right. Borax for your thorax. Thank you. Thank you, chat.
Love it.
I just bought another ant fact.
Yeah. All right. So Taylor, can we say that Steve is like passing out water as we're going through town? Like, there's going to be there's a chef that can't cook without water, right?
Right.
So he like hands off some water, and then like maybe some of the picketers he hands some water to. And then like there's probably some sick people Steve hands water to.
Yeah, and I think too this there's like a real fun, and by real fun I mean absolutely horrific horror that is a part of this world, and it is called Rip Gut. And Rip Gut is a scenario where someone drinks poorly filtered water that was not gone through the right process when taken out of the cactus, and it turns their insides fibrous, and it's not pleasant. And I feel like there is probably a bit of a triage section, a place for people that are suffering with this. It's not always deadly. It can kind of reverse, but it's not great.
When we're there, I think Steve would probably mention, like, whenever Leech doesn't do a great job filtering the water, there's another outbreak of rip gut that goes through. And so the only way these people are going to get better is with clean water. And there's just not enough going on. We continue through the little village, little settlement.
I'm sorry, the chat is so good.
It's so good.
As you're describing Rip Gut, LT was like, "That's how." And then Graphical Road was like, "Got that from Taco Bell once."
So yeah, and I think that Steve also says, if you're thinking about, having an impact here, you probably don't want to do that on an empty stomach. I would love to cook for all of you. Maybe we have some nice teas, any other interesting specimens we could, put into a shared pot and just really make something special.
I have chamomile. It's great with everything.
Chamomile. That sounds exotic. I can't wait.
Yeah. Well, what is common for you here? What's something? Yeah.
Yeah. So the mushrooms that I was harvesting earlier, those are quite nice if you prepare them properly. And then of course there's always the tree hide when you boil it down. You get some stock out of that, of course. But if you have some interesting specimens, we can put them all together and really make something great. And think that he kind of shakes this bag of mushrooms and feathers and says, just on my own, I can do quite a bit here. And I just want to make sure I take. Okay, cool. I was seeing one of the aspects I took.
Thanks.
So,
Where would y'all kind of post up, or take them to create a meal?
Yeah, right. I think Steve takes them to. Probably takes them to let's give her a name like Anastasia or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
It's like Anastasia spices or something like that. And Steve you all can see Steve has this bandolier across his chest that has, or not maybe in the overalls there's all these pockets with spices sticking out of it, right? And Steve says, "Look, Anastasia, she has the best spices. This is the only place to go. We're all gonna sit down. She's got a little place in the back. We can sit, have a nice quiet meal, and give you a bit of more lay of the, okay? Because look, the town's not doing great, right? But we gotta talk about that, here you go, little one. Yeah, you can have some water. Good.
Thanks.
Usher some little kid along. My apologies, Captain. What was your name again?
Oh, I'm so sorry, Ara.
Ara. It was good. Well, Ara, thank you for saying so, gracing us with you, present. I am curious. You mentioned wanting to meet more others like yourself.
Yes.
Would you want to do that now? Is that an urgent need, or is that something that you would like to do after?
Oh, no. Nothing's too urgent. I just like trading stories and maybe a little mind swap here or there. See where other people have, other beings like myself have existed from.
That's fascinating. Yes, of course. Yeah, I just want to make sure that all. That's.
I appreciate that.
Yeah. Well, excellent. So let's go to Anastasia's and enjoy some fine foods together, and I'll whip up something real quick for all of you.
Awesome.
Taylor.
Yes.
If I may,
Yes.
I would very much like Steve to take an action
Okay.
to prepare for everybody a meal
Yeah.
that gives everybody an aspect.
Ooh.
Ooh.
That's
Because
cool.
fortified meals can give you all aspects that you can use.
Ooh, hell yeah.
What?
Let's go.
Word. Word. So, okay. Look, I've been reading. Cooking is a whole thing in this game. It's a whole ass thing.
Mhm.
It's like item creation and then like party benefits and stuff like that. So I was like, oh my gosh, I have to make a character that does party benefits. It's amazing. Normally, it's this huge montage to do a meal for everybody, but my clever butt picked enough for everybody, which is an aspect that allows me to make
Nice.
a meal, and then
Nice.
everybody gets to take it.
Nice.
Nice.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So the thing is, we need specimen. We need 2 specimen. I have chicken feathers. Does anybody else have a specimen?
I mean, can my tree bark be a specimen?
It totally can.
Mm.
Oh wait, I
Ooh.
see Holly. You have one.
Trying to see if it's probably a good idea or not. I have the spine blossoms, and I'm gonna save these for another thing. But I do have a jar of mostly colonized bombardier beetles. Make it spicy.
That's awesome. I think the cactus blossom sounds great. If that's,
Yeah.
or were
Yeah.
you looking to save those?
Nope.
Okay. Oh, that's awesome. Yeah. So let's do the cactus blossom, because Casey, I was thinking that your antidote was going to go to the folks with the rip gut.
Oh no, by all
With
means.
the new wave
absolutely.
cholera.
Yeah.
Cholera.
Oh. Well, that's good too.
Yep. Yep.
I don't need a fortified against cholera.
Hydrate.
No, I made sure that the part on my body was not the poison. It was the healing.
Yeah.
I do I was like, I think I know my body well enough. I was like, oh yeah, this is where I give Nyx's character the psychedelics and
Yeah.
There it is.
healing
There it is.
potion.
I love
love
that.
it.
I love that. I love that.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah,
What
thanks
are
for
you
hydrating.
creating? What is this meal that everyone is going to get to partake in?
Yeah, so I'm going to absolutely bust out a track of enough for everybody, so that I just do this one action, but everybody gets it, and then I'm going to use the my specimen and Holly's specimen, because you need 2, and then so I need to erase my chicken feathers, because it is just chicken feathers that go into this thing.
Yeah, it's a delicacy.
It's a delicacy. And I'm going to use my bandolier of spices, which includes some Hangman's Blend as a rare sacred spice kind of thing.
Fancy.
To get overall, right? And I think the aspect. So this is where we're fabricating aspect.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And since this is not like a companion or something like that, this is like probably gonna be like a 1 or 2 track aspect. You only get to like twice, right? Chat, I'm sorry to make you hungry.
And
hey,
thanks
thanks
for the
raid, everybody.
raid.
So yeah,
Yay.
we're gonna be cooking up
Demites.
in Wildsea here, and I really think that what the crew needs, you're in a difficult moral quandary, right? And so I think that what I want to do is like create an aspect of like purge of your convictions. And if you are acting in accordance with your like moral truth, as you decide, do I help the company or the freedom fighters who are also murderous, right? Like as you all figure out how you want to do this, I want to say like maybe there's a temporary aspect that the whole party gets to have for maybe a 2-track aspect. Just like courage of your convictions. Does that work for you, Firefly?
I like that. Mm-hmm.
Awesome. Okay, I need to cook. I actually need to roll my dang old dice to do this. So let's do that.
Yeah.
I am gonna go off of instinct as my edge, and then my cook, which I've got 2 in cook. So trace dice. And then I'm absolutely using my spice bandolier to give me a die as well.
Wait, that's like a thing on that like adds die to your roll? Like it's one of your aspects?
Item or something? Or
I think well, so what it does is let's see here, spices that never run dry mark to create. Okay, so it marks to create a rare resource. So maybe instead of like adding a die, maybe it's adding more potency to this aspect that we're creating, the temporary aspect.
That works, yeah.
That's
so
super cool.
What kind of potency? What kind of like? How can we zhuzh this up a little bit if we're gonna increase the potency here? What are you thinking, Taylor?
So right now, we're saying it gives a bonus, or you can invoke it when you're acting on your moral convictions in this situation.
Yeah.
What if maybe like, would it make sense to maybe also have the ability to kind of like invoke it or use it for a little bit more like insight, clear mind kind of vibe?
Ooh,
like sussing out some
I like that.
bad stank on someone.
I like that. That's really fun. Yeah, for sure. Okay. And then I think, so that sounds good. Does the captain's name, what is her name again?
Ara.
Does Ara help Steve cook?
Oh, I bet they would.
'Cause she has those teas and everything like
Yeah,
that.
yeah. I think, she's very she is Ara very much gives the vibe of very much that like super free spirited, wants to like hippie vibe, wants to be in everything, wants to learn everything. Literally, they are a commune, and she is the leader of it.
Lily Tomlin vibes.
Lily Tomlin vibes. Frankie to the max right now.
Oh my gosh, have y'all seen? There's this documentary on Netflix all about mushrooms, and it has this like hardcore mushroom dude.
Yeah.
Like I'm
I
kind of getting Steve is kind of like him.
I love that.
And that dude lives in a commune.
I love that so much.
I love it. Yeah, like
Anna's
whole thing is just wants to learn about her past and how the Zealocracy exists, and also just the world. And like food is cool and super interesting.
That's all. That all right. So does she confer a die as well?
Yeah.
Is that something that happens? Okay.
Yeah.
I'm gonna roll 4D. Is that right?
That sounds right.
Okay, cool. Rolling. Okay, a couple of 4s.
Okay.
In that.
Okay.
Which I think are mixed successes.
Yeah. So, let's see. It says for creation on that you provide temp 2-track aspect with downside or with no downside that doesn't quite, or hold on, I'm blind. Why am I trying to read it from far away and in the dark? Provides temp 2-track aspect with downsides or one with no downside that doesn't quite work as intended.
Okay.
So
I kind of like the idea of it not working quite as intended.
Okay.
I think that sounds like more fun.
Right.
As you all are gonna solve an act tonight. So.
Oh my God! Do y'all want it doesn't act as intended when it doesn't act as intended, or can I give y'all the idea now and you can just play into it?
Go for it. Give us an idea.
I'm kind of thinking, what if it
idea.
doesn't act as well as intended because it is so focused on like your convictions and your emotions and reading other people's? What if y'all are just more emotional than you normally are?
Oh shit!
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. I don't even know how that's gonna look for Quaria, but I'll figure it out. I love that.
That's so good.
Love it.
That's so good. Yeah, I think that like while we're sitting here like eating, Steve asks polite questions about the crew and the dynamics of the ship and all of that good stuff, right? But otherwise, let's everybody eat in peace and doesn't want to like talk shop unless somebody asks shop. drop questions.
I don't think Quario eats normally. But to not be rude, he probably just takes the plate and just opens up his anchor and just kind of melts it into him, plate included, so that there's this like really
You're
hot
sucking the
plasma core.
nutrients.
And then but it's like so hot that like as the food and plate gets close, it just starts to turn. So it's not even touching the plasma, it's just getting close. And then you see his like plasma core electricity ball change a different color. Maybe like if anyone can see ultraviolet, maybe it's like really bright and ultraviolet or something like that.
That's amazing.
To add on to the weirdness, because remember I'm a tree guy. You also, for him, what you'll see is that he'll take the bowl and thank you, and then instead of opening his mouth because it's just a solid piece of bark there, he just dips his hand in there, and you watch the food get sucked up through like a root system, and throughout his skin, you watch the leaves that are shown just change colors.
Oh, cool.
Like going through all kinds of different colors.
That's cool.
And he's like, this is very good. Very well made.
Oh, that's so fun. Taylor, if I could, I would, Steve is gonna like scratch the ground so that Fluffy will come over, right?
Yes.
And then he's gonna scratch under her like ant chin, and he's gonna give her some food. And it's like, there you go, just keep that in your communal stomach,
Dum.
because they have two stomachs.
And that. I think someone asked for an ant fact earlier, so there it is. We're caught up.
Yep, we're caught up on the ant fact.
Yeah, I think, there's probably just I really don't want to keep amping up how creepy a colony of ants is, but I can't imagine, or a colony of spiders is, but I can't imagine how anything that they do would be normal. So I think the plate just gets shoved in between some of the cloth and then
Just
comes back out clean.
Jammed in there.
Yeah, just like she opens up, pulls it out, and sets it back down, and it's clean.
That's great. Yeah, I think Steve is chill. I think he like sits next to her and like doesn't mind spiders and all that kind of stuff. He's just kind of.
Yeah, I mean, you have a giant ant friend.
Yeah, exactly. Steve has checked off some boxes. Like he's all right.
I think Ara will kind of probably look over to Drake, since that's kind of like her right hand man. And she's like, and also probably doesn't have any filter that she should be asking these questions in front of a stranger or anything. She's just like, did we want to ask him about all the dead bodies we found? Isn't that why we're here?
Yes, that's a good idea. They had like an engineer patch or something. Like they had some sort of identifying markers.
They had markers, but then they had markers on the uniform. But then also Drake and Ruby found like the paperwork and stuff in the captain's quarters.
Yeah, and I also wrote the names on everyone.
Yeah.
So I would take out the picture, which was probably like statically connected to a piece of him somewhere, and then pulls it out and goes, "Do you know these people or this name, or how we could maybe get into contact with them?" And show the photo of a little Ectus, child and parent, names written on plastic on the back.
Wow. Yeah, look. This is heartbreaking what you're showing me here. This town has seen a lot of unnecessary loss, and can't believe that. Well, I guess I can believe that they're doing this, that the Grutus are doing this, but look, Leech, they moved in. They're controlling the water supply. They are the water supply. They're not. It's not. If I'm on it. Okay? And their equipment is really. People have.
You're cutting out a bit, David. I think
Yeah,
it's
you're
just
sorry.
too quiet.
He's saying the equipment's really dangerous and people have died and Leech is not. Okay. But Grutas, they've taken it too far. Killing families that are just working. That's not what a bunch of us signed. That's why some of us left. I don't know the right answer. I do know that there are bounties for Grutus. The leech has a leader, and she will pay well for Grutus, the fall of Grutus. Talk to her if you want.
Were these markings of leech uniforms by chance on the people that we saved, or was
the ones that were dead?
Leech paper? Yeah,
yes,
the ones that were dead.
they were workers for the Leech Consortium, and someone clearly came in, killed them, stole the rigging, and left. Which is assumingly the Grutus.
So just to make sure.
I'll go ahead.
Sorry, Casey, go ahead.
So it sounds like we're in this predicament. Was like, do we help the corrupt corp, or do we help the rebels who have lost the way? Saw Gerrera. Do we help Saw Gerrera or the Empire? Which one we doing, folks?
I don't want to help the company, but I at least want to return the items and the personal effects to the family that were murdered by Grutus, and then find the ones who murdered Grutus and deal with them.
Yeah, I want to better understand. Sure, they stole the shit, right? My intent was to steal it back from them for our own benefit, right? But I want to understand, if they stole the shit and they're handling it better than the corp, or if they stole the shit and they're that, I don't know, if they're like a gang kind of controlling it negatively, if that makes sense.
I mean, it seems like no one here has water still.
Yeah. They're like Mad Maxing it, right? Like the company is at least distributing it, but the gang is hoarding it to Mad Max it to the people starving.
They're both Mad Max, it's just one has a legal contract and the other doesn't. Is essentially the situation you're fighting yourselves into. Is the company is rationing it and being a corp. They're Nestle, and then you have Mad Max.
Oh God.
Yeah.
All right. I think Dredge.
My left shoe is better than Nestle.
Dredge looks over at Steve. He's like, "This. You said you were from this group, correct?"
Originally, yeah, we were. Yes, I was.
Okay. This new couple. If we go, they're the problem in how they're running it. They're the violent type, correct?
Okay, yes, they are. Their anger is justified. Okay. But they have taken over the heart of the organization. And it's kind of like that lady in Last of Us. She just kind of ran the whole community in Kansas City in Last of Us, and everybody just followed her, right? So these people have really taken over the hearts and minds of the crew. Those of us who weren't down for this, we all left or were killed ourselves. So those that are left are ardent believers.
So the odds are, if we were to kill this couple and install you as an example, as the one that is running the water cartel, is that are you likely to be successful or to face mutiny?
They would then seek revenge again, right? The whole reason why they are the way they are is for revenge and vengeance.
How many of them are there? Because we got bombs.
Or, hear me out, my octopus friend. We take out the corporation, and hopefully that will calm them down. Because at the end of the day, though they were wrong, and you just see him, because of the aspect thing, I'm going to just start playing with it. You see his leaves turn colors as he brings this up, and they go to a very dark red. Like a blood, like colors of blood, red. He's like, even though that the crew was wrongly killed. They wouldn't be in that situation if it wasn't for, and he just slams his hand down, for this corporation. So if we take them out, we might be able to, they might calm down.
I think we are losing track that we made a promise to the family, so we must return those items first before we deal with any company or merc group.
You are correct, brother.
So, and the items that you're talking about were from the ship with the fallen leech workers, right? Mm-hmm. Okay, so you're gonna want to go talk to the leech foreman. She's gonna make sure that stuff gets back to the families.
I mean, they were just workers, right? Just because they're doing what they can to try to provide for their families by working for Evil Corp doesn't mean that they are the embodiment of Evil Corp.
Right. Yeah, this situation is not good, right? I mean, that's the reason why a bunch of us left. It's not like everybody who works for them is bad. I mean, even Rue, before she died, she was just a worker. And, then after she died, Rue just... And that's just how it is. People bond a loss.
I say we work on that first, and then we can work on our delete key for the corp. I mean, do you still have the trinkets that you spoke to the ghosties about?
Yeah, if I don't have them, someone else picked them up. I know Indy.
Yeah, y'all would have grabbed them.
Sure we have them.
If y'all came here specifically to do that, you would have them on you.
I'm the shareholders.
Holly, you were muted when you talked.
No, that's okay. Ruby has been oddly quiet for Ruby. Mostly, so she finished what you had prepared, and usually her antenna are up and they're moving, and they're a little what I would say drooping now. They're not relaxed. I would say relaxed, but it's more just chilled out quite a bit. And she was eating, and she hears oh my gosh, my brain has left. I'm so sorry. Has heard Drake be we have bombs, and she is smiles, and she just keeps going, and she's finished it up, and she has set it to the side. She's very quiet during this, and as she's quiet, she kind of looks up and is moving forward is what we should do, and we should do what we promised to do. And she then looks at Dredge and is but you're right, Dredge.
You get a nod, a silent nod, and I think if you notice, his colors turn to your colors as an agreement and solidarity.
I love how three of us change color.
They're all just such a fascinating bunch. So colorful.
And then Steve, can you take us to the head person?
Yeah, I sure can. Yeah. It's right past the picket line.
Oh no.
Well,
I don't like that. Okay.
How picket lines work, I guess.
Okay.
So yeah, and
my soul is vexed.
Yeah, and so Steve says, "Look, don't worry. I'll smooth things over. I understand the mission that you're on, and I think that you're okay." And Steve takes one of the casks of water off of Fluffy's back and carries it out to the strikers.
Nice.
And puts it on the ground. There you go, everybody, get yourself a...
Yeah.
And then like these folks have some business, but it's not what you think. Okay, this is returning, items of fallen kind of thing. He's gonna try and smooth this over with the strikers, right? These are not scabs. These are not Pinkertons or nothing stupid.
Right.
This is just
Who would
handing
do
over.
that?
Right.
Who would
That
do
wouldn't be like
that?
a legit thing, right?
There's no Barrymore in this crew.
Jeez. Y'all
Triggered.
y'all watch as quite a few come up and grab water, and the one that is kind of has been up on the a little bit of a raised platform in the middle walks down and comes over, and he'll kind of come up and shake your hand. Steve, you would know this as Padre Uncord. You all see a very tall ectus individual, the cactus individual, who has a very large hole in the center of their body that looks to be from a drill. As he is the one leading these protests for worker safety and water rights compensation, as he can no longer work after quite a horrid incident as part of the Leech Consortium. I do want to just kind of shout out, because the art is so good in this book, and I'm gonna use some occasionally. I gotta go up and find the thing. Here's the art. It's from the book for those watching on the stream. And I want to shout out Omerjan Sirit, who was the character artist in the book, and you can find him on all the arts places and on Twitter and such. But they're every freaking piece of character art in this book is freaking gorgeous. I mean, all the art is gorgeous, but
it's so good. It is.
I did Photoshop a hole into this guy's chest. It normally does not have one. I will say that, but this is it. Yeah, there he is without the hole.
In print. It is so good.
So pretty. But he kind of comes up and it's just like, thank you, Steve, for more water. We definitely needed it. It's this storm has slowed things down, and I assume the reason these strangers are here is because of the missing boat. So
yeah, I think it's all right. I can't speak for them. Padre, if you want to discuss any matters you have with them, that would be fine.
Okay.
They have some limited business inside.
Looks over and does a little nod of the head. It's like, said you had things to return. Did you find the ship?
We did. It was in a damaged state. We went on there to investigate, and unfortunately we were not able to recover the bodies, but we were able to recover the trinkets before the storm got upon us.
Oh, this is yet another example of why we are arguing for better safety. Someone that knows how to do more than drill water may have changed the tides for them. Thank you for gathering the things. I don't want to stop you in whatever path you were on, but I'm very close with many of the family members and things, and honestly, the less that she can touch things, I can help return said items.
What was the name of the daughter? I don't remember, but Wario.
Quinn.
Or the child.
Or Quill.
Well, that's it.
Where is Quill?
We aren't sure. She was growing quite nervous because her father had not returned, and last we heard from her family, she's hiding. She tends to do that when she's upset, and usually her father's the one to break her out of it, but we're unsure where she is currently. I can take the things to her home if she does return there. She'll find them.
I would like to deliver this personally if possible. I may have been the last one to say something to her father.
I'm sure that would mean a lot to her. I wish I could help in steering you towards wherever she is. But I'm unsure.
It was Brutus who we believe hurt them.
That makes sense. They have an equal amount of hate as we do towards the leeches, but they go about it in ways that I do not condone. And many of us don't. And honestly, we're going to have a bit of hate towards them as well, as they have made it even more difficult for anyone here to gather water.
When you say we, who is going to have the hate towards both? Just
the citizens.
Everybody in general?
Anyone that lives here and has called here home has seen their lives become harder and harder once the Leech Consortium moved in, and then once the Grutus decided to act a little tougher. It's made it more difficult. Before, they were tough and they were activists and they were, causing hell for the leeches, and it was admirable. And now they almost are hoarding water for themselves and killing everything that they can. And, some of these people here unfortunately have no choice but to work for either group, and no, they're even more endangered.
Is the lack of resources predominantly what prevents you from collectively pushing back against both groups? Because looking at everybody around, I would wager you outnumber both of the groups even together 2-1.
Oh, but we have no water to our name and no way to get it. The consortium may have an office here, but their head of operations isn't here. It's not as if we can really do anything, nor am I the type to do such a thing, but others. And, well, we don't even know where the leeches are. Or the Grutus really may be stockpiling their resources.
And unfortunately, the Grutus are held up in the cenotes. So, they've got tunnels. Those are pretty easy to defend. And then the corp is, well, you can see the fences and you can see they got the guys. So, sure, the town would win, but we'd all lose, brothers and sisters and family. So it's
costly
not like
battle,
something. Yeah, it's not something that just anybody can do. I mean, there's one kid who kind of knows his way around the tunnels as well as I do. This kid named Sly. He could maybe help us get to, if you're trying to get someplace creative. I know some areas in the cenotes I can get to some places, but Sly probably knows it the best. Just going off of what chat said in terms of NPC names.
Nice.
Sly and his brother Cooper.
Yeah, I was just gonna say. Where could we find Sly if we wanted to chat with him?
Hold on, what's going on in the chat? Thanks, everybody. What else is happening?
Wow, thank you.
Got a hype train going. We got subs going. Oh, I always feel so guilty when I get gifted subs to my own channel.
Love.
Thanks, y'all.
Yeah, that's awesome.
Yeah, where would Sly be hanging out?
Right.
Sorry to put you on the spot, David, but I'm very keen on teaching these people that they can seize the means of production and push back.
Totally. Yeah, sure. Of course. Yeah, absolutely. Let's put Sly at like a mechanic shop or like a scavenge hut. You know, like they've got all these materials
Gavin,
around.
you say?
Yeah.
Let's not. I vote for that.
Yeah.
If he's got things, I want to look through the things.
Yes.
Oh my god,
Absolutely.
what the fuck is that thing
Oh,
called?
could Sly be one of those spidery people?
Oh, absolutely.
That'd be
Like
Laura
this
would love
guy?
Oh, I love that little Mothrin. That post is Screw, and so at some point in time, you'll know he's gonna get
Screw's gonna
introduced,
make it.
and you know what he's gonna be.
Yes.
It's just gonna be a Mothrin that just has all the
art
goods.
in this book is so good.
It's so good.
It is.
Sounds like Sly is a screw.
For sure.
I'm getting at.
But yeah, but you know, whatever y'all wish to do. Padre's like, well, I wish you luck in whatever conversations you're going to have, and I can let you know if I see Quill, if I see you again. Did you want us to take the items for the families, or
Any
Yes,
items?
if you could give
yeah.
the rest of the items back to, and even the other items for Quill, I just want to give this photo back.
I can do that. I think there's a couple of other people that have been kind of standing here nearby, kind of like help grab some things, and you know, thank you each, like all of them, and very clearly different arrays of raggedness or serious injury recoup. And then y'all gonna go.
I think before we leave, because again, David, you did this to me with your concoction. I pick up the closest thing to a rock and I just launch it with all of my strength into the window. I ask, where's the boss's window at?
I think there's one just punk kid that just sees the idea working in your brain and just points.
Yeah.
And so I move all the captain and people around, and I just do the discus throw and just launch that thing at mock Jesus into the window.
Use that aspect of
love it.
courage or your convictions to
Yeah.
rock it through the window.
Yes.
Rock into the window.
Do you write anything on the rock or anything like that? Do you do any of that kind of stuff?
I think if I had,
Dehydrate
you know
yourself.
what? I think it's like, nah, I don't think I do, but I think I do have a cactus spike that I've pushed in there because I'm like 12 foot tall in my normal stature, and I just drill it in there with the applied, like a splint will break a rock type kind of
Love that.
apply.
Love
So
that.
cool. That's so cool.
So yeah, we can y'all offload the items to these different protesters that'll get it to the families, and then make your way through, probably back towards like another kind of tunnel system, a little bit more in the back of this main kind of bazaar area, where there seems to be more, you know, there was probably other scavenger scrap kind of shops closer that, you know, fix up ships and do all those sort of things. I think this one's a little further back. It is probably a little more crafty. They probably do a lot of the taking the things from the ships, obviously, but working on the actual houses and buildings and creating things. It's a little more personal, not large ship production kind of work back in here. What do we think Sly looks like? I mean, he's the Zealot Cray, but is it in like a skin suit of an old body? Is it like in fabrics? Is it maybe pieces of like thin metal? Lots of aluminum.
Oh, he's like made out of stuff.
Yeah.
I love aluminum.
Yeah.
I'm always looking for that.
I like the idea because we're in the desert that it's a mixture of how our captain looks like. So it's got the silks, kind of like the Arab chic thing going on, but like his arms are scrap metal of like chain. Like maybe he's got like a chainsaw, like the housing for the chain on one, and then like on the other one he's got like some other bits and bobs.
I like that.
Some like pulverized glass from the storms, so he like has a slight glitter.
That's cool.
Yeah.
I like it. Yeah, I think they're probably working on something, doing. I think especially for a scavenger, a scrapper, a creator, multi-arms, because they can be shaped however they want. So there's a couple working on something over here. There's a couple on something over here. There's a couple like working on things back here. And who knows where their attention is, but it does not seem to be directed towards y'all immediately when you walk in.
Steve will say, Sly, we got some
Everything drops.
visitors in town, and they need your skills. They need your skills. I told them you're the best, and all that.
You hear a little like Pip in the back, and your thanks. Like,
Oh, yeah, and they like stuff too. So
okay.
you're friends already. I think.
You flatter me, Steve. You really do flatter me. Hold on. So before that, business? You looking to trade? Colorful?
I'm getting straight Kamaji vibes from Spirited Away, like multi-arm, like super long, stretchy Spider-Man.
Yeah, fully.
And like Ruby shuffles to the front, like, yes, we can talk though after what Steve has to say.
Oh, I always have to hear about Steve and what he's got to say. You're new. That's fun.
What Steve has to say, I have to say. And she like this little like smile returns back to her face, like.
Fine, but I'm charging you double. What do you got, Steve? I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. I'm just fucking with you. You know I know.
Sly, we're trying to be all friends here.
We're friends. We're friends.
Okay. So Sly, look, here's the deal.
Okay.
This group, I think they have a mind to have an impact on the situation here. And like Steve kind of looks around the group to make sure everybody's like saying yes to this, right? So beyond your impressive amount of stuff, the interest is, I understand that you have another way through the cenotes towards Grutzis that is not the one where they protect.
Wait, so you wanted to have like a big impact? That's what we're saying here?
I think that's
you wanted to go to the big one.
He was saying this, like he was saying that, and like Ruby goes, you could call it an explosion.
Oh, we do need to talk business though. That sounds very interesting. All right, so just to be clear, are we talking about the big splash where kind of everyone hangs out?
Yes. But not through the main entrance. I think, my understanding is that a back one, where we maybe have to go through a bit of a swim or something. They don't protect it.
How I know it's not a very common skill anymore. How well are y'all at swimming?
Like Ruby literally almost like retracts into herself, like she's like, oh god, no.
Okay.
I got you, Ruby.
I have an idea. Okay. Fluffy, she is great at swimming, as all ants are. They float incredibly well, and they are themselves hydrophobic, which is amazing. And then,
You see one of his arms is like feeding Fluffy treats, whatever an ant would like.
okay. Also, all of the
Alright.
containers on her back are they themselves watertight, which means that they can also be used to help you all breathe. So you don't have to really swim so much as walk for a little bit.
All right, I see. All right, so you still have that like situation where if there were to be, I don't know, maybe like an explosion, the cenote, you can still catch it, right? Because if you're thinking about going in there and blowing up some things, they got a lot of water.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. So, are you... Look, there's dry tunnels, and then there's where the Grutus are hanging out, right?
I mean, I guess if you can just, like, get out of the water, would probably look good. I'm just thinking. I can get you in through the water, though. They ain't gonna be looking at that.
Right. Oh, you're
Like-
talking about the exit.
Yeah,
They don't
yeah,
want to
yeah.
be there when the reveal, the big reveal happens.
Yeah. I don't want to contaminate the sources, you know, all
Big
those sort of
reveal.
possibilities, and then I'm not. You don't expect me to come with you, right? I'm gonna just kind of point you the right direction.
No,
All
we
right.
are just gonna buy things from you and get information. And she's like,
The first one.
What's the money, Ruby? We are
I-
broke.
The money we're about to get.
that was the face. She didn't actually say that.
With all the money in my pocket.
It's all right. None of us got money around here. We're trading goods.
Oh, okay. Well, then we'll be all right
Okay.
then. All right, cool.
Yeah, we good.
We're just swapping.
Yeah, we're just swapping things.
Love.
Yeah, it's like an 80s key party out of here. Okay, so anyways, we're gonna do you're gonna show us the way.
Yeah,
They're gonna do the thing,
yeah.
and then we're gonna get out,
Yeah.
and it'll be fine. Nobody has to know how to swim.
Everything's gonna be fine. It's gonna be great. And then, yeah, if we're talking about doing business later, maybe you just find me some good things that they got hold up in there, and I'll call that even.
It's good. This is what you all want, yeah.
I think Quario, unless anyone can see in the UV spectrum, I think he's like really bright right now because he's a lot of electric pieces and he's a lot of electricity. So he's trying to kind of wrap his head how he's gonna do in water because he usually floats. So we'll see what happens.
Because
He
we're
needs to be,
brothers. Can I say that
You're
he,
probably more attuned because you have
yeah.
photoreceptors.
Yeah,
so
so-
you probably have.
He'd be like,
You
brother,
probably get this like, oh shit, you're like almost getting sunburned with UV.
like brother, I can build a cocoon to help you float across so you don't drown out, I guess. Is what
So
you're
it's-
worried about?
It's like it's like when they bundle the baby, it just calms them right down.
Oh yeah,
I'm
they
a little
can.
bit
What's it called? They
bigger than a
like
baby.
swaddle you.
It's a
No,
swaddle.
not
Yeah.
a swatter. It's more of like it where he'll use his electric to repulse, but the wood will keep him from grounding out into the water, electrocuting the
like
rest
a-
of us.
Plastic jug
That's
back there. You
wild.
want like that big plastic tub? It's like one of those rain
Trust-
collectors.
Trust me, it's gonna melt.
I do
We
have
just
all
need to
my
make him IP68 rated, and we'll be
I'm-
good.
I do have my collection of pots and pans that are quite heavy, made out of iron.
What you
They will
what
weigh
you
you
start
down.
seeing is Quario starts like shifting his body, and like the Energon cube, he starts like kind of tucking and folding in smaller parts to himself. It's very painful for him. It's very painful. But like you just start hearing crunching. You see like plastic, controllers break and crack, but you just kind of see him just kind of morph into probably like a 6-foot tall human instead of a 9-10 foot tall human size, and it's more of a obelisk type thing than anything else.
Do pieces of the plastic fall off of you?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm gathering those up.
I think you also see 2 hands from Sly, but you're a little faster than he is, and he's like, ah, damn it.
And then, like, Ruby just takes, like, some and, like, gives it to him, and she's like, remember. Like,
The Kamaji comment earlier has me thinking of, like, the little dust sprites.
Yes!
Like, running away with a little piece of
Sprites.
plastic.
But it's his little spiders.
Yes, exactly. Yeah, exactly.
They just come out of his leg and grab things and run off.
love.
All right, well,
All right.
is this a thing that y'all are like thinking about doing right now or something? What's the
That
deal?
would be nice.
It sounds like they're strapped.
It sounds
Ready
like
to
y'all.
go,
It
man.
sounds like y'all ready to go, and it sounded painful. About it.
Improvisation.
Drake's gonna like pull out his pistol and like make sure that he's loaded, and just like,
Have you
got
sparked
anything extra I
recently?
can shoot out of this?
Sorry.
What? You
Got
threatening
anything
me?
extra that I can use to? I'm asking for ammo. You got any
I
more
thought
ammo?
you were robbing him. I was like, what is going on right now?
Flipping
Why are
it
you
down. Do you
pointing
have anything?
You got anything for this?
You got
Give it.
No, I'm not like this. I'm like this with the revolver part open.
Okay,
Like,
I
To
was
be
like,
fair,
flipping
a
through the
invisible
revolver.
gun is hard to tell where
Yeah.
you're aiming at. If you're just
I,
holding it
I
like
said
that.
he's got it's got it like open, looking to see like, do you have anything else I can shoot out of this? Like asking for.
That was so good. I loved it.
No. I mean, can you just like shove some metal pieces into a casing? 'Cause I got that, but like I don't got like whatever.
Like, she's like,
Like bird shot.
Yeah,
Don't waste the metal pieces.
put like quarters in there or something.
you have quarters? Like she's like, I've heard of those.
He pulls out like he fully
What were we
pulls like
watching?
a thing that like all of our grandmothers have done at some point in time, and has like an old cookie tin that is rusted all to hell, and opens it up and there's rusted all to hell coins.
Yeah.
What was
I'm a
that show we were
collector.
watching where the dude
And like, Locke's eyes. Can Ruby take a handful or two? Like
Hold on,
like
hold on,
she
hold on.
is just like,
He puts the tin back and like puts down, but then picks up another one and opens that one. You can have some of those. Those are my favorite. I turned into Screw. You can have some of those. Those are my favorite.
like she's like,
Is Ruby making an IED? I feel like Ruby's just making an IED. Okay, all right, we're on the same page. I'm like, we got plastic explosives and
I'd
metal.
like to
props.
call it an improvised frag grenade, but yeah, okay.
It's good.
This is gonna be bad.
Gonna be fine.
All right, go.
There was that movie with Tom Hanks that he put the coins into a
Yeah.
thing, a casing,
Yeah.
and made a bullet.
Yeah.
That's totally a thing.
I was mentioning the scene, but I couldn't remember what the movie was. But that was fully what I was thinking of when I said it.
That was gonna break my brain.
Yeah.
Yes.
I don't
We
remember
got
what it was called.
Wonderlust up in here.
But he's like, all right, well, I should go in the back way so nobody sees you. And he stands up, and like I said, 6 arms out of shoulder body area, but then fully 4 legs as well that kind of come out and just kind of skitters in that direction and pushes back a tarp to the side to a actual tunnel entrance that y'all couldn't see previously.
Yeah, Steve walks behind with Fluffy. Right behind Sly.
Scritch.
Yeah.
Ara this whole time
The
has
cat
just
is
been
there too, still hanging out with
Yes.
Fluffy.
Ara's been here the whole time and has also been talking to Sly, but just a few of Sly's spiders went over to her, and they've been sitting in the corner just whispering back and forth this entire time.
That's awesome.
Fully just in it.
The obelisk with arms and legs, which also has an antenna, like a lightning rod antenna at the top. It's still hovering though. Mario still hovers where he can. He didn't thud down. He's still hovering, just above.
It's just stockier now.
He's just a dwarf build of just like thick, wide.
He got them gains.
Yeah.
Got them electric gains.
He didn't get them gains because he was already big before, but like this is just chody essentially.
Oh, he's chody. Chungus.
All right, so we're going anyway, and he's just
we're
walking.
here, right? We're in
Yeah.
the tunnels.
After a bit,
Getting this done.
Walking down the
there's
big hole with the chode.
we were getting away from it, and you brought it back, Matthews. Jesus. We're walking down the hall, and after a bit, there's kind of it's all very very natural made by old ants, so it's very rough and stuff in parts, but there are some rocks and boulders and bits on the floor that have maybe broken from the ceiling at different points in time. And he kind of goes over to one larger one. It's like, "Alright, I'm gonna need a little bit of help scooting this one out of the way."
I got it.
He was only looking at you.
Yeah, okay.
Ruby's just immediately,
Yeah. Old Steve is just hanging out. No.
He'll get by the rock, and then you just watch his hand just kind of curve around it, and then just like pulls. Like it just gets his arm gets just that little. He all mites this bitch, and he just gets a little bit bigger and pulls it out of the way.
That's pretty impressive. And you pull it out of the way, and you see another little small kind of carved out bit, but only big enough for kind of person size, but then just a pool of water, ant size, but it looks like you have to go down and through this kind of entrance here. It's kind of like hopping into like a drainage system vibe. But water's
Notice.
So like, we got to go underneath the water.
Yeah.
Yeah, you swim under, and then it'll come up, and you'll be in the
bottom
in
of
their,
the
in their place.
pool.
I always knew this existed. I've never been here before. Sly is the best.
I protect it with my life.
Yep.
Well,
And
good
now
thing
Steve's
I'm,
life.
And speaking of which, Sly, I think at this point, what's about to happen. You don't have to be here for. You've done.
Nah,
you've done
I
what you
didn't
need
sign
to do.
up for that.
Did we haven't gone, right, Taylor?
Correct.
Above table, sorry.
Yep.
Okay. Is there a place that I can put things that they can stay dry?
You can probably, because I am going to have to stay dry.
Yeah, aren't y'all
If you
gonna
want
kind of
me to
hop in
hold it.
some of Fluffy's tanks for those smaller people?
Okay.
There's 100%. Like, we're in the tunnels by ourselves. This is like a secret tunnel that only Sly knows about. So there's totally going to be like a spot that you could.
I don't
Move some
want to leave
rocks.
it.
Okay, you can hand it to me.
Yeah, Sly's like, I can hold it for you. I'll keep it real safe. I promise.
Sly's the
Hand
best.
it to me. Just kind
Okay.
of warped arm.
Ruby takes off she's also wearing overalls, by the way, and she takes off like a work belt and she goes to hand it to you, and it is pretty heavy. You're like this. You're like this. Yeah,
Even
like
his big arm is like, oh.
and she's like, keep it dry. And then she it's a little cloudy, it's dirty, it's gross. And she taps on a bottle and she's like, this one. Specifically do not let this one get wet, please.
You see his fingers start to curl around that one, so it basically just makes a fist over it. I will do my best.
Thank you. And she's like, okay. Swimming
a
is not
microwave part for a hollowed out GameCube thing that you could
Yeah.
I have. Yes. I'm trying to figure out what specifically I want it to be. Oh, I know what it is. It's an old CD player. But
It's just like a boombox.
yeah, it's like one of those ones where you could put a couple different discs in.
Yes.
So it could it has that like
It's a CD changer.
tray. Yeah, but it's like
Yeah.
a mobile one, so it just kind of
Good.
Love it.
yeah.
Nice.
And she you take thank you. And she's like, okay. And then she like looks to Dredge and she's like, you said you would help me. Like
Yes. And so kind of like his brother, his back's, you hear all this kind of cracking as a platform sticks out on his back that she can sit on, lay on, whatever, as we are trundling through this. And if we need to submerge, it has a little like heavy willow tree leaves and stuff that can come over it as like a lean in.
I love that. Okay.
I think Captain Ara just like starts to compact and will just get into one of Fluffy's little compartments. It's just like
We'll just put the lid on it.
Oh,
Yeah.
awesome.
Yep. It's like, this is the best day. It just hops in.
She's like,
I like how
Drake
curious
is
Captain
amazing.
is.
Yeah, Drake is just like, I don't understand what the fuss is, and he jumps in the water and starts
You're
like
You're like an octopus, my dude.
fucking
Slides
backstroking.
All right, so you can go, and it's, about like 50 feet or so, and then it like, you got to go in and you got to go under, and then it's a push. So hold your breath.
Oh, okay.
Just a quick question. How are we keeping me dry? I can.
Oh, you can
do
fit in
something-
there with Ruby. You can fit in there with. There's enough. I'm not shrinking. I'm
There's
every
a
bit
really
as well
big.
put.
There could be a really big container on the back of the on the back of the ant.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
As long as because I have a
Look,
thing that
I'm
lets
not
me
gonna
float.
kill y'all. You can say I'm dry, and I'm gonna say you're dry. We're not too worried about
You went under
electrocuting
the water
everybody.
and I'm dry. What?
What I am also. So what's gonna happen is like if he does get in the compartment of his think so brother, he's actually gonna drop his levitation. So there's gonna be like this huge just little imbalance, and then what he's gonna do is rather than levitate, he's gonna levitate everything around him. So even if water does go through, it's gonna kind of just like bead off. Just
The brothers.
slightly.
The brothers are working together.
Love it.
You like
yeah,
Voltron?
just for flavor, just for flavor. I'll say that like, because I have like sparks and jolts course through your extremities and like magnetic mantle and stuff. We'll say it's just enough that it like ionizes the water in such a way that it's
I
repelled.
Ooh,
love.
You'd be like
Right,
a
so it's like I stick my hand in the
eel,
water and it's just
electric eel.
immediately completely off.
Mm.
Yeah.
Bunch of hydrophobic people.
Hydrophobic.
Yeah.
I like how our characters are. They are. This is why you don't play humans, folks. Nothing against Steve, but don't
No,
play humans.
Joe.
Steve's the
Yeah.
best.
I know.
That's why
Don't
I know.
play human in it.
Like
Come on,
as
Joe,
can do it.
Ruby's sitting up there and she's
Easiest
like,
thing.
I know. I'm
He's
just
like,
like, Steve just gets
Steve.
in and starts swimming. He's like, whatever, I got this.
Steve has his cast iron skillet. That's bad. Don't do that. I'm just kidding.
You're gonna have to scrub
You're
that so much
badass.
later.
I'll
You have to
ionize the skillet
re-season
for
it.
you.
Yeah.
Love it.
I think
Alright.
too, just for like fun, as y'all all hop in and get going, like very clearly Sly like waves to y'all and then hits a button that's hidden and the rock like closes.
God.
He did not need y'all to
Mother-
open it.
Damn it! That was painful, motherfucker. Aquarius thinking on his head. He's not gonna say it, but Aquarius is not like this guy.
There's another
anymore.
button on
was
that side if
painful.
you gotta make an escape out this way. His lid shuts.
Fly's the best.
There's just
Drake will turn to Aquario and say, "Cap out them next time we see him. If you ask, don't worry
Hey.
about it."
it's okay.
Like,
I just don't like being in this form.
Do you
No.
say this loud enough that I can hear
rock,
it?
The rock that Dredge moved, he pushed a button and that closed back. Nothing that affects you. It's just he didn't need Dredge to actually move the rock.
Okay.
Yeah,
Oh,
yeah,
okay.
yeah.
So, Okay, got
Yeah,
it.
Got it. Yeah,
Y'all
because
are-
like
He went through
Drake
a
was
secret
like he
door.
actively caused Quario all that pain for
No,
like,
no.
reason or
He just
whatever,
was
like-
fucking with y'all to make you move a heavy rock. He like
Okay.
you
That's
still have to
okay.
swim in
That's
this
okay.
tunnel and do all of that.
I thought he just had
I'm
the
a Kappa
secret.
bitch. I'm just saying.
He's a
If-
spider,
if
so
he
it won't
made us
matter.
Go through all of those. That's true.
He has no kneecaps.
Goes right
He's
through.
got at least 8.
He's still a million more spiders.
There's a bunch of kneecaps. Yeah,
So
you can
many
pop
kneecaps.
80 million caps.
That's hundreds in a single shot.
I was gonna say because Ruby was like, "Can I have his things?" Like,
Can I have his junk shop?
1,000,000% yes.
I like how wholesomely evil good we are. I don't know where we're at on this spectrum, on that spectrum, but we are
You're
here
there.
for this.
You're there.
Wholesome, evil, good. We got the
Yeah.
range.
But y'all start to swim, ride, whatever your way through this. And I mean, these are like very nice, kind of smooth sandstone paths. So the water is super clear. It's super filtrated. Like there is not a drop of like murk in this as y'all are going with, you know, just the glow of the mushrooms. Some of y'all can see any light source that y'all would have. And like I said, about 50 or so feet through, you know, y'all can kind of walk for a good bit of it, but then it starts getting deeper and deeper. And then it's the cave closes in and it is just a tunnel through this thing of solid water. And y'all have to grab your breath and go. For ease, y'all can all make it, even if you can't breathe in water, because we're getting late here. As you swim your way through and you start to see more and more light. And then it opens up above you where there are, you can see as you're coming up to the water's surface here, hanging from this just sandstone cavern in the wall or in the ceiling and stuff are lanterns with some lights and such going on. There's still those mushrooms kind of scattered about as this is just a giant pool in the middle of this. It is a cenote that you've come up into. It's, you know, like I said, the mushrooms, there's some lanterns, it is lighter, but you're still kind of in the shadows, in the edge and stuff, as you can see that it kind of goes up onto the beach, more of just a sandstone kind of rock, where you can see, you know, chairs, boxes, tables, things, remnants of people, and you can hear the chatter as there are also a couple of little pathways that walk off in different directions. What is kind of y'all's plan here? As
So
you are coming
first-
up to the water.
The first thing you'll notice is that Drake has been tracing in his ink the paths that we've taken on his arm, and he'll pull a little tube out of his thing and draw a one-to-one like perfect map of exactly where we went, like the whole 9 yards. Because this is very much one of those like uncharted territories that is exactly in what like that's one of my drives is I want to chart all of that like those unknown spaces. So he's using that ink as a waterproof charting tool essentially. So that's why he's been so quiet the whole fucking time too. Like,
okay, cool, Drake.
After getting on land, Quario's going to go back to his normal form. So he's just going to get just tall again and big. But like from him and all the cracking pieces he's actually collected this time because he saw that you were excited. So when he hands you back your belt of things and unfurls his claw around it, he'll in his other hand in like a weird shifty gyroscopic way bring like the plastic crumbs that he got when retransforming again. So it kind of gives you two hands of stuff.
Yeah. I will put on the belt and take that. Yes. Like,
So y'all are getting out onto the like land. That is like you're swimming up and you're going and getting up.
I'm getting, yeah.
Hold on, let me just recount.
I
If
would-
there was a way to like not be stupid if like a 10-foot
Yes.
tall person were to just be right there.
I mean, it's a
Right.
big giant
Little
cavern and a crescent of the beach here. Like, yeah, there's no one that you can see immediately,
Yeah.
but
That's,
Okay.
you're going to be pretty noticeable if
I-
someone walks in here, no matter what.
yeah.
Can I
Okay.
scan? Oh, go ahead,
No,
Holly.
you're good. No, I was just going to say, immediately after receiving my things, I start assembling things.
Yeah, you do.
I
Yeah,
want
you
to.
do.
I want to roll. I want to use my tides and my outwit to see if I could see like known traces, or like I want to use that, and then and I want to use one of my aspects
Okay.
for Trailblazer.
Okay.
Increase impact of finding routes, clear a path through vegetation. I'm not using that. I want to use it to find a path to get us quickly to where the quote unquote like the most amount of people, or for Ruby, because I think we're on that wavelength where she can do the most amount of damage to the most amount of people. That is kind of what I'm trying to figure out. So that's 3D
Okay.
6. So let's see. No,
What is Ruby doing? You said she was assembling. What is she doing?
The kids like to call it an IED.
I shouldn't know, but because I've been working for the military, I'm like, man, I know this concoction that Ruby's making.
Yep. I'm the Crash. I like to blow things up. I have black powder. I have aluminum, which I have used before. And aluminum is flexible, light, burns very hot. Why I know so much about this, you guys don't want to know.
Ruby, we all grew up in the anarchist cookbook time, okay? We've all experimented with stuff. Some of us may have made thermite in our...
LT's got it in chat.
Thank
LT's
you.
got it in chat.
Thanks, Lou. Thanks, Virus. So yeah.
Put some Drano in the bottle with it. Shake it up a bit.
I've got black powder. Yep, I'm doing all the things. I've got quarters that are not the favorites. I have
Sacrificial quarters.
But yeah, I have pieces that fell off of my compadre. I have I'm just gathering things. I'm doing it.
Love it.
It's fine. What I'm
I'm
making.
already on the list. I don't care. I got 2 5s.
Same.
Vibes. All right. So, yeah, you are, y'all are getting out of the water. You're kind of keeping wooden ear to the wind here to try and gather what's kind of going on. And I think you're able to tell that, they're just one kind of path off to one side that seems to be less traveled. Maybe it doesn't go very far. Maybe it's like a private residence, something. It just does it. It's off to the side a bit. It doesn't have much going on. Whereas this other one, you can very clearly see some pipes that go down this. The ground is very clearly worn from a lot of people walking back and forth. And as well as you can kind of hear some talking from that direction.
So,
I think for the twist, I will say you do also hear 2 voices from the path less traveled.
that's unfortunate. I'm going to look at Ruby. I'm like, Miss Ruby, if you go that way, it sounds like there's a ton of people that way for your surprise. And then I immediately shift my attention to the 2 voices that are coming. Do I want to roll it?
Just say it.
I'm going to put myself in a position as big as I am. I'll use Tides again. Let me see. Is it Tides? Yeah, Exploration, Learning, and Lore. Or Grace. You know what? I'll use that when I actually attack. I'm going to use Tides and Outwit to hide, quote unquote, and put myself in an ambush situation.
Okay.
Unless anyone else has an idea here, want to talk to these people, we are all in the decision that these people must die. Oh, am I correct in this? Am I reading the room correctly?
Taylor, does Steve remember like the layout of the gang? Would he know kind of who would be down this path less traveled?
Yeah, I would say absolutely. So, like, you would know that, the path more traveled is going to be where the bigger hangout is, where some of the actual, like, offloading, onloading, water purification, all of that nonsense will be happening. The other one was kind of like, probably before it became this, like, ruler situation, more of a, like, place to keep the more expensive goods, an out of the way place that then very quickly turned into the residence private office for the couple. What were their names? Now that I'm not looking, Kilroy, because I remember that one was badass, and
Samula.
Yeah, Samula.
Okay. Then Steve will probably say, if you're looking for the leadership, they're that, and the rest of the game is over. So he kind of tells you all what he knows about where people generally live.
Head that way.
Can that be another plus D6 with his knowledge as a help action, Taylor? Or no?
I guess. I don't know necessarily how that super helps you hide in a place you would have already hid, unless you can argue it for me.
I think he would make it. I think because of that, he will take more care in hiding because he wants to make sure he gets the absolute drop on these people. So because now he knows that this is most likely the leaders, he wants to give himself the best chance to at least get a kill shot on one of them.
Absolutely. I will say too, just so we can have a count for everybody here, that Captain Ara has slunk out of the container, reformed into a humanoid shape, and is definitely probably riding Fluffy at this point until know where to go. Like, he's just sitting up there petting the cat.
So good.
I love our captain. She must be protected at all costs.
That's so good.
I got a motherfucking 6.
Nice.
I got a 6.
All right. You have somehow melded into the shadows of the wall here. Not that there's many places to hide, but you were kind of back in a little bit of this crevice where this opening is that you would be out of view.
You said there's crates. You said there was crates?
Scattered about, yeah.
Oh, okay, never mind then. I was like, if there was a bunch of crates there, I would just meld my body into the crates.
Oh, that's right. There's just some.
I was gonna ask if that was something that y'all could do, because I don't know enough about the...
I'm throwing ideas out until Taylor says no.
Until Taylor says no.
I was like, until she says I can't do that, I will do whatever.
Look, that's kind of just this world and the system is we just make it up and then we go with it.
All right, cool. Okay, so yeah, I want to be I'm in ambush position.
I'm gonna see him do that, and I'm gonna try to mimic, or not like obviously stand there as if I'm also a tree, like fucking Krunk in the Emperor's New Groove on the wall, right? I'm gonna try to find a place to hide. So I have a skill called Tunnel Wise. So I treat conflicts as triumphs when navigating or moving through enclosed areas. Mm-hmm. So I want to try to find. I'll probably have to use Grace as an edge for that. Maybe Outwit, or I think is what you used, Casey. I want to try to find somewhere that I can hide with my pistol cocked, ready to jump them.
Okay.
Essentially. Do I need to roll for that?
Yeah. Let's give everyone in position, as it seems like y'all are going to possibly initiate combat as soon as they come around this corner.
So then that would be 1 for Tunnel Wise, 1 for Black Market Pistol. I can also always see. So even if it's dark in here, it's clear.
It's dimly lit, so it's still fine, yeah. What was your base edge?
My base edge would probably be sharps.
Okay.
So could use your intelligence to can bring intelligence and preparation to bear, any knowledge of line. I think that makes sense. Solve problems, blah, blah, blah. Outmaneuver folks. And then probably, does sense work here? No, probably not. So I can't get 2 from that. Probably just outwit.
Okay.
Kind of makes sense. And then 1 for tunnel wise. 1 for black market pistol, maybe.
You're not using it
Or
yet.
that wouldn't help me hide.
Yeah.
That wouldn't help me hide. Yeah, but 1 for my cat, so I can see clearly and like.
You can still
even though
stay
it's
in here
dark.
as is, though.
Okay, fine. Fine, and leave 4.
Only 4.
Ooh, double 4s
Okay.
and a 5 high.
Okay.
But are 4s a conflict?
So 5 or 4 is a conflict, and since you have doubles, that makes it a twist. So 5 is your high, you have a conflict. You have
And-
doubles, it's a twist.
It's now a triumph because I treat conflicts as triumphs.
Nice. Cool.
So I have 2
Triumph and a
triumphs. One of triumph is a double.
You only count the highest, so that's fine. But then also, if there's doubles, that gives you a twist. So the 5 is a triumph, and then you have a twist. You are able to sneak back into, kind of also hide and get in a good position. For your twist, I'll give y'all a little bit more insight and a bonus here. You hear a third voice in there with them as they're walking now.
I'm gonna use my spider thing. Oh, do all of us hear it, or only like me? With
You
the
pick up
players?
on it.
Okay, yeah. Spider talkie. There's 3 of them. Trice voices. 3 bourgeoisie.
They said it,
How
the
that
gist
works.
of that was 3 people.
Okay.
And then my color is gonna flash like gray to match the area
Nice.
around me. Like
I guess
Well,
sneaky.
that must be nice.
Who else is hiding?
Bright
Dredge.
bunny, like,
Dredge, and Drape. The D's are hiding.
I'll look at Onyx. I've named my spider. One of my spiders Onyx. And
This is
I'll
getting
be
so
like,
confusing because they're
Gavin,
all
thanks,
just Aura.
Gavin.
Like,
mine are Banjo and Kazooie.
like y'all realize y'all are naming another person, right? Like this is just a piece of Aura
Parts
on you.
of.
Parts
Just
of.
like people have
They can-
names. Just like
There are different sizes of gears and a watch, but they all make the whole. It's fine.
Let's go,
I
Holly.
don't
What's
know.
up?
I just feel like if I was this person, I'd be a little upset if you're renaming me
It's-
12
Oh,
times.
that's
like all your
fair,
friends are
though. I
getting
can
your
see
fingernails
that.
for you.
Right.
I'll be like,
if someone named my fingernails, I will
and
abide by that.
Kazooie.
Call these whatever you like, person. Call them whatever you like.
I'll be like, is it a young voice? Is it a young voice? You can't possibly mess this up.
I mean,
Yeah,
I don't know if you
100%
can
you
necessarily. Yeah. Oh, I mean, yeah. As a young voice, they ask back. Only if I think of something funny for them to mistake it. Well, I make a mistake it. I can't always think of a stupid way they messed it up. It's more just like kind of that echoed voices and sound. It's just very clearly 3 different tones. I don't know if you're able to like pick up necessarily who or what it is yet.
Mm-hmm.
What's the rest of y'all doing?
I have a really bad fucking idea. What's
Do
to
it.
the
What we
left?
lived here for.
What's to the left again? It's like that's the big group, right?
Yeah.
Are we able to see into that big group?
You can see definitely more light. I think that it kind of curves a bit.
I want to go to the left, and I want to see if Quill's in here. I just want to make sure Quill didn't run in with the wrong crowd.
Okay.
Or you about to get shot, bruh.
You being quiet about it, because I feel like you have to probably try to be
I
quiet.
know, I could try. I don't
Or
know
you
if
can
I'm very
levitate,
good at.
right? Wouldn't
Oh,
that
I
make
can
you
levitate. Yeah, that's
inherently
right.
quiet?
That's right.
Yeah,
I
yeah.
can do that. I could do that. Let's see. I'll do Grace. And then I'll do it as more of a sense. So I'm going to try and avoid hitting over rocks and getting into major sight lines. So I'm going to be like using my perception as I also use my storm stride. So I'll mark that. So for a full 4, actually, because I have 2 in sense.
Okay.
Okay. I have 3 3s and a 5.
Okay.
Ooh.
So yeah, I think you are able to pretty easily, kind of glide in there. It seems like you are out of you're not making a ton of noise. You have to kind of go around and get a little out of view from either to be able to look around the corner. As like I said, you can see these pipes that kind of keep going through. Definitely lots of like kind of walking wear and tear in this area, and you get into where you're hearing a lot more sound, and you look in and see another like kind of large room that's almost a little like double tiered, as you can see that there is, it's very similar to what you probably would have saw in the bazaar, where there's a couple of like workers, maybe repairing things, doing different tasks, but then very clearly on the other side there is some of this water purification things, and it looks like they're kind of like recirculating all of that water that is in the cenote and kind of keeping it going, as well as then just people sitting and talking and drinking and hanging out, and quite a variety of various people. So you probably see like 15 to 20 in here currently. You do not see Quill specifically, but you do see other younger people.
I have a
How young?
quick question, kind of for my
Kids
own
to teenagers.
edification. Does it look like they're taking care of, when you said they're kind of like recycling, does it look like they're being stewards of, or like how are they dealing with the water source itself?
I mean, you see the pipe kind of goes off in another direction somewhere as well. I guess you wouldn't, but meta-wise. So they could be bringing it in somewhere, but this is also just kind of a purification, but also has taps to get water in it. Like, you don't want just standing still water in here. So it looks like it is kind of a bit of a circulation. They might be pulling it in from somewhere else as well, or sending it other places, but also taps to access it here.
They have a nice little operation. Fuck them. All right.
They do indeed.
like, okay. Fine. All right.
It should be
I'm
public
gonna
utility.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna hunker down here for a little bit, so everyone can take
Okay.
action.
Before the environment changes, is there anything Steve or Ruby would like to make sure they are positioned or anything?
You can't hide, so no.
I know that I cannot hide. However, Taylor, I will default to you. In this time, how many do you think I could have made?
Steve could help. I have concoct.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you want to roll for it.
We're just sitting there cooking.
Yeah, we are.
Is it blue?
Oh my god, I gotta
Thank you,
find dice.
Gavin.
Okay. Hold on. Okay. Here we go. Alright. I would like to so I have a plan. I don't know if this would be okay. I would like to either use iron or teeth.
Okay.
I think teeth is probably more appropriate because you're at your best when you're letting loose, exposing the wilder parts of your nature, damning the consequences. And so then I have concoct as well.
How many in that?
Just one.
Okay. David, what do you have one in it as well? Or two?
I have one in it. Yeah, I was going to just do that as an assist to her.
Yeah, so you can two crew members working together on the same task choose who provides what edges, advantages, skills, ranks. So you can build a dice pool together with all of y'all's info and stuff. It's
Oh,
just you
cool.
were
Okay.
Still a
both
max
going
of
to
6.
still a max of 6.
Okay, hold
but
on
you
then.
will both suffer the consequences of it ending poorly. Is essentially
I've
the
got,
trade-off.
I've got sharps. So while you're, so can I add an edge die to this?
We can only have one
on my
edge,
side?
so that's fine.
Okay, okay.
But yeah,
Gotcha,
so basically you can have up to 3 in skills, but you each have 1 in concoct, so that'll give you 2. So y'all have 3. And then any advantage die that the two of you can have with skills or such, you can bring in as well.
Okay, so that would put me at 3 die. Is that what a dice is what I'm
Currently,
understanding,
yeah,
correct?
unless y'all have any additional skills you want to call upon.
Could I use
Aspects or something.
one of my salvage items? I had a heating element to help me cook.
Ooh,
Could I use that?
Yeah, that could add as an extra, so that brings you up to 4.
I'll burn that.
Okay. Oh man, this is messed up, but I'm just gonna go for it. All right, so in my jar in which I tapped on is actually my little, I say little, it's a quite big jar of colonized bombardier beetles. I would like to use like however many in each. It burns really hot, like incendiary. Man, I'm messed up.
Yes.
I love it.
Yeah.
But yeah.
All right, so y'all got with having the additional pieces there from resources, that brings you up to 5d6.
5. Okay, so I have.
Let's
Oh
go.
Lord, baby Jesus. Okay. Oh, 2 6s.
Nice.
4 3 and a 2.
Okay. How
You're rolling so
many
well.
S6? Y'all are rolling so well.
I know, it's really unfair.
When's it gonna go downhill? That's the question.
Oh, the next time I roll.
Probably here.
Right now, right when we get ready to fight. It's
Yeah.
a grenade.
Like,
It's
Here.
HSC.
So I think, is it like we have built a temporary aspect of like explosives or something, and we have like a number of charges?
Yeah, I
Or
would
how does
say
that work?
I'm thinking maybe. Do we want it to be a aspect? It could also be like a item. Like it could be just like you have a limited use, and it can be a close range. There's different types of damage for the explosive. Like we could have. Do you want it to use it as an aspect to bump up something else, or do you want it to be a big oh fuck bomb weapon in itself?
I would like it to be a big explosion, or it could be several medium explosions or small explosions, whatever. Like,
Let's say
I want cluster munitions. Can I have cluster munitions, please?
let's say with
Like-
double 6s. We'll say you have 3 that can be used as, you got to chunk them. So I guess technically long range, but they will be a close range explosive.
EQ.
With what are the different damage types?
Just
Let
blast
me-
damage.
Blast, yeah. Blast seems the best, unless you would like to add flame with it since you have the beetles. Would you rather have blast for explosive or flame
or
for
spike?
fire? Oh yeah, spike for all your pieces, or
spikes.
one of each. One that is like a nail bomb, one that is a frag, or like a blast normal explosive.
blast is fine.
Damage types 52.
Yep, so nearby detonations and such. So
Yeah. So I have a detonator that is used to set off explosives, presumably from a safe distance.
nice.
Presumably.
Presumably. I love that. Yeah, so with the blast, likely to leave a sufferer dazed, confused, deafened, and staggering, and can definitely break bones. Is what the
Okay.
blast condition could cause here. Okay. So for Ruby and Steve, y'all kind of just standing there.
Yes.
Where they come out.
No, we
or-
finish. No, we finish.
Mhm.
And I would encourage Steve to get away and find cover, and like I will like Steve looks at me for the first time, like probably in decent-ish light, right? Even though my fronds have been lit, and you notice that like they're a little charred, like
She's done this
I'm
a
a
couple
little
times.
like, yeah. I'm like, you should go find something safer.
Okay.
Like,
All right. Yeah, I'll go.
it's like Dredge. When he shows himself, I don't even know where he's at. Like,
Okay. Well,
he cannot.
it feels like maybe me and Fluffy should be in the water or something. I'm gonna go there.
Good. That's good. That's good. Like, yeah.
Yeah, because I don't. You know.
Yeah. And
So yeah, Fluffy and I like wade back out of the water, and like Fluffy floats on the surface. You know,
awesome. And
I love
it's
Fluffy
like,
so
with her little ant legs out, just like there.
I love her so much.
Love it.
It's like a pool tube, basically. Like,
Yeah. Yeah.
So y'all all in position. Fluffy, Steve, and Ara just floating in the water.
Do you want me to call them out?
Yeah.
Everybody seems so hidden.
Well,
who's making something happen?
I thought they were coming, like walking
yeah,
towards us.
yeah.
So I
Making
was
our way.
like, I was trying to make it. I was
like,
while
I was
everyone
about to,
else was
taunt
taking
them
their
or
turn, me and you were making the shit, and then we hit. I was like, get in the
Yes.
water. You were like, all right,
done.
here
Okay,
they come.
Cool. Okay,
Well,
cool.
I will
all right,
say-
thank you. I'd lost
I mean,
that.
I could just go, caw.
Yeah. No, I was just
Like,
gonna be like,
the
get
fuck
out
is
of
a
here.
bird doing here?
I will say that Steve,
Grease
you are going to get
stains.
to talk to them as you are in clear view when they walk out of this, even though you
Me?
are in the water. Like, they have a view onto the cenote and it's lit, you know, like kind of like floating in there. Y'all watch as coming into view of this tunnel, and I think one of them kind of notices first and turns their head a little confused as there is something in the water. Two humans, the Ardents. One is a very taller, very like chiseled woman. Has on like very clearly kind of some like work leathers and such, whereas the other is a little shorter, a little more slender male with a little bit more of like the business attire kind of look, you know, definitely looks to be the schmoozer of the two. And walking in between them is probably about a 5.5 foot tall Ectus preteen.
Gavin, you mean dude?
Yeah, no, but we know what he said.
Okay, I know. Oh, got it.
We know what he said.
Yeah.
As I think the woman first, like, Steve.
Just Steve's probably holding on to Fluffy
Slam.
and like slowly twisting in the water, right? Like just not quite. Samula, we just got a little thirsty. We'll be out of your hair in just a second.
You know people drink that, right?
I don't pay in the pool. I'm drinking.
She's gonna say, I haven't paid yet.
You gotta keep walking out, and
He's coming back around.
the man's like, what exactly are you doing here?
I'm glad we ran into each other. I got beef with you. Send the kid
you?
away. Hold on a second. I'm gonna come up. I'm gonna come up there. Hillsby, Samula, we gotta talk. Get whoever you are. Go join the rest of them. This doesn't involve you. Because it's a kid, right?
It's like a kid. It's a kid.
Yeah.
But they are also so extremely suspicious right now. Because you were just
They're gonna go back
floating in
and
their
tell
water.
everyone.
Yeah. So
How far is Quario from this? Because I know he went to the left side.
Yeah, you
Am
went
I
down the
still
hall,
in
just
view
kind of
of this
around
place?
edge to look. So I mean, you're gonna have to kind of like move either way to see down the hall this direction or down the hall that direction. You know.
Yep. So I very much would like to roll a sway to try and get this kid out of here.
Yeah, absolutely.
Right? It's like I got beef with you. You know, like he's gonna try and talk it up. Like I know I'm here. And he's like swimming with his aunt,
but like I'm looking at David with a hat over his headphones that make it just so misshaped that is like that is Steve currently.
yeah, and like absolutely.
We showed a picture of Quill to Steve earlier. Is this Quill in Steve's mind?
If you showed the picture, I don't know if you would remember, but yes, it is.
Lovely. And also, like,
you
I don't
all
know.
saw the picture, right?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know that you guys showed Steve, but I'm sure Steve saw it.
No, because I definitely showed it to you because I said, "Do you know who this is or how we can find them?"
Got it.
That's right.
Good.
Here. Also, more beautiful character art from the book that I just pulled. It's not necessarily connected to these NPCs because we created them, but hey, look how freaking gorgeous this art is.
Oh no, they're hot.
So yeah, I would very much like to do like
they're hot.
instinct, sway, because I've got 2 in sway. And then can I get a die off of like the language that I use?
I would say even having your inside kind of knowledge with them as well, you know?
Sure.
Like having that.
I was thinking like I know Rackaspit. Or brass tongue. I also know brass tongue. Maybe that's maybe brass tongue is the one I should use.
Yeah.
Something like that to like, we're kind of talking in the family.
Yeah.
Right. And then, I think that's it. I think that's all the things I can like really throw at this problem. So, 46, is that all right?
Yep, that's perfect.
Drake's gonna be looking at you for a sign. Like if the kid doesn't want to run, like I can use my bolt damage to knock him out, and just
6,
let the 2 hostile people
4
like
straight.
Straight.
Right.
Got a Yahtzee straight.
Yeah. I think they're walking up, and the kid. I mean, as much confusion as you can tell on a cactus person's face, like kind of looking up and whatever. And I think that Killsby kind of like kneels down and is like, we will chat with you later about your current situation, and I hope we can help. How about you run on in there and tell Brutus that we might need help? And the kid just like takes his head.
You afraid of an old man like me? Is he still swimming? I mean, he's slow playing this, all right? Like he's moving his arms, but he's not really kicking his feet, Like he's like, I'm just waiting for my crew to do the thing that I know they're about to do.
As soon as the kid is out of strike range, I want to jump down on top of them.
Okay.
With all the hatred in the world. I'm obviously using teeth.
Okay.
Like, I'm not gonna mince words here. I want to use hack, so that's 3.
Okay.
And then I'm using my sawtooth chakram, a set of sharpened circular blades made for throwing, for serrated damage.
Can I help you?
You're gonna throw
how
them?
many die is that?
Actually, no, I'm not gonna use that. I'm gonna use my. Good. I'm gonna use. Can I use my grappling chain? I guess what I'm going for is I want to grapple one and then put another one in the ground. Or can I? Is that possible?
I mean, go for one. You have backup because we're kind of essentially hitting combat, which is loosey goosey. It's not like we necessarily have like initiative order back forth, but you can't reach too far,
Okay, that's fair. Oh, what's this? Wow, this. Treat conflicts as triumphs when attacking or defending against plant. Oh, nope, not plant type hat. They're not plants. They're The people. Never mind. So yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and use my grapple chain, and I'm aiming for the chick, I guess. The chick. She looks like she's actually like the strong-armed one. And
Yeah, she got a big old blade on her hip.
Ruby, you would see that black flame and green chain out of the corner of your eye as this monstrosity of a human being jumps down. So what is that? 4 or 3? 1, 2, 3. Yeah, 4. Let me add another one.
Can my sway have given him a bonus? I'm distracting them with my.
Don't need it because I got double
threat.
6s.
Nice.
Oh shit! Nice.
I got so many twists. I don't even know what to do. All right. So, with an attack, what was your weapon kind of type and stuff again? Did it have anything? The chains?
It didn't really have anything. It's my chain, my grappling chain. So my body weight plus chain. So.
Okay. Well, because it does damage plus possible effect, but since there's not like necessarily the effect of a damage type, the effect is you got him grappled. I feel like since that was kind of the goal there, and you're able to kind of like wrap her with the chains a bit and surprise. And I think I'll say like with the twist, it knocks Killsby off of balance, and he kind of stumbles, very surprised by this in this moment, and I think just looks over to Steve and it's just like, Steve, what the fuck? Looking at this large dude.
It's weird.
Because basically you're this giant
kicking your feet too.
Just like barely. Backwards. I'm not trying to get to them. I'm just trying to be a nuisance. He's playing the one card he's got.
Yeah. So I'll leave it at that. There's just this guttural roar that everyone can hear that is like shit's popping off.
These stalactites are real loud.
Real loud?
Yeah, it's a guttural.
That's good. That's probably real good for y'all.
It's so weird.
I will say then with like the twist. With the twist and him getting knocked off, they're not going to necessarily act back. So someone else can go before they're conscious to what exactly is going on.
Yeah, as soon as I hear or I see that, I hear the Steve, what the fuck? I think I want to use veils. So you got your best when your influence is near impossible to detect. So that was very sneaky and hidey, right? All the attention's over there. I'm going to use that. I'm going to use sense specifically to, where is it? Own your attention. Where was it? Honing one of your senses, yeah. So I'm going to super focus, like, I'm aiming at this fucker.
Okay.
The one that was like, Steve, what the fuck? And then Black Market Pistol will probably give me one. And then tunnel-wise, since I'm still in that confined space, I can use that as well. So that is 5 die. That worked for you?
You did those way out of order from my list, and I'm very confused. What's your edge?
Veils.
And what's your skills?
I did not do them out of order. So veils, sense.
I thought tunnel-wise was the skill. What was tunnel-wise? Tunnel-wise is your aspect, huh?
Tunnel-wise is an aspect.
Okay, then yes.
Yeah. So then the 2 aspects are the Black Market Pistol and tunnel-wise.
Okay, perfect. Yep.
Okay. This is going to be the one shit roll, and I'm firing a fucking gun. No, okay. Okay. I get a 6, and then 4 2s.
That's all that matters. You got a 6 and double. That's all that matters.
Yeah.
Doubles, that's
what
good.
What is the damage type on your gun? Blast, I assume?
It didn't have a damage type, at least not the one that I wrote down, but the rules for blast say from a gunshot.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So
it should be a blast.
That's what I assume. Okay. Cool beans. Where's my piece of paper? I gotta write down their tracks. Okay, so with that, you do damage plus the possible effect. We're gonna probably, I'm gonna say deafened currently as a gunshot went off right by his head in an echoey cave as the effect, because that's one of the effects of blast. So you damage the track and he is having the noise in his ear.
Mm-hmm.
Man, your microphone made that sound really
Tinnitus.
cool.
That was good.
Let me get their damage track.
And then he's gonna go, Ruby, do the thing! Instead of Julie. Ruby, do the thing. Yeah.
Blow these motherfuckers up.
She's like, I 1,000. Just kidding. She just throws it.
I'm lost.
I do want to remind everybody that Dredge is holding them. Holding one of them. Grappled.
He'll be fine.
Okay.
I believe in him.
So Ruby would probably want to throw the first one to maybe do like structural damage, less people as collateral damage, more like distraction. Everyone's like, what in the freaking world? And they are busy by whatever that was. They don't know.
Okay.
Because they don't know.
So where are you kind of trying to throw? Are you trying to like block their office door, like structural damage? Are you like running to where Quario is and throwing it further into the like place?
Okay. So in a perfect world, what I would like to do as Ruby is I don't necessarily want to run in further. I don't want to necessarily block the office door. I think having access to that, should it ever be necessary, is pretty important. But if there... I mean, I'm not trying to, like, collapse the cenote. But if I could...
Collapse a portion of it.
If I could just, like, yeah, like, oh, God, this fell on us. We don't know what happened. That's what I would like to happen. Like, I don't know if that would require, like, a special type of aim or whatever. I don't, but
yeah, I mean, I could say you could easily, like chunk it up into a piece of the rock. It's just the two that are in here are obviously know y'all are here and are dealing with it. Everyone else, if they heard that or there was the things, are coming to you.
Yeah, no, we want to distract them. We want them to be like,
so you would have to go further in and throw it somewhere else, because there's only one tunnel out of here and it's to the people.
Okay, then I guess I'm gonna go in.
Yeah. Okay. So you kind of rush up to where Quario is, and you're able to look at, and people are reacting. Like, you run past the kid, I think, because I feel like Quario's probably gonna react when the kid is like running out of the way. But very clearly everyone in here is reacting to a guttural yell that has just happened, and their boss is yelling. It is an echoey cave, you know?
Yeah.
And it seems like there is very much a, oh shit, something bad is happening reaction, in which like the people that seem like they know how to fight, they're there to protect, are grabbing things, and the people who are not a part of that are getting the fuck out. Is happening currently.
Cool. I'm really glad that those people that don't fight are getting the fuck out, because I want to make sure that the people who can fight cannot. So I want to go in, and I would like to explode something.
Nice. Yeah, you could.
Ceiling.
Yeah, there's like a two-tiered kind of situation. You could throw it up and maybe break off one of those walkways and kind of cause some nonsense.
Okay,
that would
great.
probably block off a good chunk of people being able to get further into you. Like, if there are more people up in the tunnels that we're guarding, aren't going to get there if you have messed up that pathway.
Okay. And do I need to roll for that?
Yeah, I mean, yeah. What would you like to roll to hunk an explosive into some structural damage?
I'm gonna do, see, it says teeth is for destruction. However, I would like to, I think it's more important here. Oh, see, I don't know. Nope, I'm going to use teeth. Yep. Okay, we're using teeth. I would like to use break. I have 2 there.
Okay.
I think I can use it right to, because setting
Yep, you
and
have 2 in
disarming
break. Mhm.
explosives. Yeah. Okay, great. So I have 2 there, so that's 3, and then I have, so that should be good, right?
And then you have the
It's 3,
resource,
right?
which is the bomb itself. I think
So
will
the bomb
count.
itself, which
Mhm.
is 4. Okay. Come here, dice. Okay, I have 5 and 2 3s.
Nice. So let's see. Does damage plus maybe effect. Also suffers some damage and effect. Loses a resource or ends in a worse position. So I think with that, you are able to, you chunk the bomb. It reacts in the way that you would expect. It, it kind of like goes up a little bit onto this other tunnel in this pathway, and it kind of explodes, knocking off some of the supports that were keeping a chunk of this kind of wall apart. So it's falling down. You can even see some individuals are kind of running down that hall, have to stop, and now we're like, oh shit, and they have to turn around to try and figure out a way to get back around to come like be reinforcement here. And I mean, that lights a fire under a lot of people's ass to where nearly everyone who doesn't need to be here has kind of started to clear out. They're like, oh God, there, okay, and run off. But I think that in this explosion, parts of this rock fall down and hit one of these pipes. And water just starts spraying everywhere, causing a slick mess and a little, it is in your general kind of direction, a little difficult. They're causing kind of a bit of a worse position of now wet, slick, they know you're there. But
Okay.
you exploded a good
I
chunk.
exploded things.
And
Yay.
saved a wave of people from getting to y'all. Quickly, at least.
All right.
I think with that, we'll say that Quill is also just like hauling ass, especially now at this point. Quaria, would you stop to say and or try and stop him to say anything?
Yeah, I try and stop Quill. I'd go, Quill, I have something for you. And start floating over.
They run faster. They're like, oh my God, what is this?
And then in a really like commanding voice, Quill, I have something for you. Stop. And it's like purely
I don't know you.
angry, and I'm gonna try and sway.
Okay.
Is that they could
So
freeze?
Yeah.
yeah, so I'm gonna do iron as of just like, all right, this is like willpower of like just heavy concentration.
Mm-hmm.
And then sway for 2, which is 3 total. And I think that's it. I don't think I have anything else that would be helpful here. Maybe to get to there quickly, I can float. So maybe 4, but I don't know if that has anything to do with it.
I think you're more trying to stop them.
Yeah, I'm trying to convince.
Mhm.
Yep, that's fine. But me floating in the air could be intimidating, which would also
That's kind of
help.
why they're running away, honestly.
Okay.
They're
That's
like, explosions, someone stabbing my new friend back there that looks a lot like you, and now creepy person floating towards me. Creation.
I rolled 2 6s.
Nice. They look so uncomfortable and are visibly shaking. They're like, what?
I'm sorry to tell you this, but your father won't make it, and his final ask was to hand this to you. The people upstairs are up there were the ones to hurt him, and I just want you to be safe and to get this last memento of your father. He asked me to return the effects of everyone on the ship and how much he loved you. And he's kind of softened his voice.
The people here did it?
Grutus did.
No. They said that the leeches did it.
The leeches sent them out on the mission, but they are the ones who hurt and stole from them.
No, it was a drilling accident because the leeches don't care about us. That's...
The
what
leeches
Kilgore
don't care about you,
said.
but the ones who murdered them, they pretended to be friendly. And when they did that, they took advantage of your father and the other people on the ship because they had some technology that the leech sent them out with. And they killed them all and just left them there to take their technology. I'm so sorry I had to tell you like this, and I'm sorry I scared you, but I needed to let you know.
Can I go?
If you take this, yes.
Grab it. Thank you.
Will you be okay? Do you need anything else?
No, I know
Okay,
these tunnels
please
better
run and
than
make
they
sure.
do.
Make sure everyone else gets out safe. This won't be a good place for you to be.
Okay.
And he'll do like this, just because I fucking love the image. He'll just do the Superman like up arm swing and just like start floating back and go, please get out to safety.
he's so creepy. Runs off.
And then I'm back. Basically, I'm back to where I was before I did the thing to get to Quill. Or if I can, do I see the? I don't know. Do I see the wet baddies?
In the
Or
room,
who
yeah,
is-
we'll say there's probably like there were quite a few people in here, but like this was much more like the inner sanctum. This was just like the hangout. Like this isn't where a lot of the people to fight were, which are now cut off thanks to Ruby's explosion. So there's probably just like 3 dudes in here that are like actively have a weapon on them and can do anything.
And I can't maybe do a little zip zap.
You can do zip zap in a minute. Zip zap in a minute.
Okay, I'll do a little zip zap as I'm like just flying away, just go and shoot it away.
Drive by zap.
So for that one, I am going to use, because I feel like because I'm doing it while moving and flying, I'm going to use Grace.
Mm-hmm.
And then Break maybe. I'm not quite sure like where magic powers fall in skills. Either that or sense, because I have to focus on where they're being and kind of aim it so it gets them. That one?
I would agree with that.
Okay, so then that's 3, and then I'm going to use my track of Lightning's Call to, and I'll just have to mark it. Voltaic energy shoots through your palms or fingers, dealing LR volt damage. So I'm doing long range volt damage to get them. And if maybe they're in a puddle, I'm aiming for the puddle to get all 3 of them.
Absolutely, you can. Absolutely.
Yeah. So that's a total of 4, I think.
You can choose to make this non-lethal.
I don't care.
One of the bolts is knock
matter.
an individual out, so.
Yeah.
So-
Instead of killing them, just
The highest I got was a 4.
Okay, so it's still conflict, so
No.
it succeeds, but with the drawback. So yeah, I think you hit a part of the puddle, and it is like almost immediate. We'll say well, to make it easy, we'll say it's a human, one that we know for sure can easily be electrocuted. I don't know the logistics of a mushroom or a cactus person, liquid to electric currents. But they are, like just real quick, hit the floor. I think the drawback is that this electric energy is starting to just like trail through this.
And I have a mire, and I'd like to invoke it. I don't know how that works, but my mire is I also discharge a lot, and I have been doing a lot of energy stuff recently. So if that can get in any sort of way.
Okay.
Like I like discharge in a way that I can't control it as much.
Yeah. Okay, I like that. Well, we will keep that in mind for any other twists or complications, because Myers are kind of more, you play into them there.
Okay, cool.
Back to the main big room. I think that Samula is seeing fucking red looking at you. and is going to essentially, like, her general goal is she is trying to basically maneuver in a way to kind of twist out of the chains to maybe try and take back position of this, or like knock you out. Like, it is a very swift, strong movement. How would you like to stop her from doing this?
Oh, we're gonna use teeth again.
Okay.
And what can I do? What do I have? Taylor, I'm gonna use teeth. I want to use hack.
Okay.
And I want to pick her up and Batman Bane break her back over my knee, but it's serrated. It's a sharpened piece. So I guess what is, I don't know how this works in, like, kind of with Gavin with magic, but I want to do serrated damage with my leg doing this move.
Yeah, serrated is a type of damage. So basically, if you succeed and you can also get some sort of, like, effect from the thing itself. So sawing damage, get it ripping, tearing. This might come from a Jaggersy sawtooth prow, or any other kind of serrated edge, and will leave ragged edged wounds that scar prominently. So there's not really necessarily any sort of additional effect, but, like, if she was to try to heal from this, it ain't gonna be easy.
Could I don't want to speak for you, Casey, but could you maybe, like, since you already have body morphing, morph the chakram that you have into your knee, so you're basically... That's
kind of what I'm doing. Yeah, it's like, I'm going with that colorization. Like, anything that shows up on my body is that colorization that it is that ghostly energy that I have. Because I'm also, I'm also, my origin is anchored.
Nice.
So I have that same ghostly energy. So that's, 3? 1, 2, 3. Yeah, 3.
I mean, you can maybe use your chakram ability, because you're just more...
It specially says long range, so I don't know if Taylor would let that. It says long range, so I'm not throwing it. Oh, I got a 6.
Nice.
I had a 3, a 1, and a 6.
I don't think anyone has not gotten, like, a 5 or 6. I think, you know,
you're statistically likely at when with a certain
Gavin did.
Right.
I did. I got a 4. Don't worry. I
you
ruined
got
our
4.
rolls, everyone.
It's still in the conflict, you know. But yeah, she essentially, like, is able to pull a little bit out of these chains and tries to move them around onto you, but you are able to, like, use that body movement to instead just, like, pin her tighter into the chains and pull her up and just slam her down, and there's just, like, a loud scream and a bit of a crack, but she a tough cookie.
I think I just look at her as like, you should stay down.
All right. With that, Kilroy, deafened, bullet wound into the shoulder, still looks at men who shot him, very confused. The whole situation is so confusing for him. But what is most confusing for him is that Steve is in the middle of this. And, like, Kilroy is like, Steve? Like, what? And he yells out to you. And by yells out, I mean, he's deafened, so he's yelling much louder than he should because he can't, like, hear himself very well in this moment. But he's just like, Steve, God damn it. I knew it. She didn't think it, but I knew you'd be a pain in my ass. And I saved something specifically for you, as he grabs in his bag and hurls a bottle that just, like, crashes into, like, this, like, kind of smoky powder. You kind of, like, inhale and have to cough for a minute. But that's it.
I'm gonna, like, whatever that was, I want it off me immediately.
Yeah.
Like, I'm gonna dunk underwater and, like, get that, whatever that was, I need it off me immediately. So
Point of order. Did it hit just Steve?
Did not hit just Steve. Everyone floating in the water currently is in that area of effect, which is
Not me.
a
Cat.
white powder
Cat
that
and
Himbo
Ara.
Oh
and-
shit. Okay. I need
A
my
white
ant in the water
Thorax
too.
and
I need my ant in the water too. I'm gonna try. So Steve goes under and tries to get himself done, and then like while he's underwater, thinks about it for a second and starts to pull Fluffy down too.
And then Captain Ara's just like, oh god. His little spiders kind of float for a second as she goes underwater. She's just been enjoying this entire thing. She's like, wow, y'all are so good. This is good job, everybody.
It's such a like. I love it.
Go team!
Go team. Oh my goodness. Is there anything you would like to do? Matt, I guess, would probably be the next one if Steve's kind of reacting, getting, cooled off or
You hear
rinsed
the
off.
gun cock and another shot fire.
Okay.
So I'm gonna do, what was it last time? 5
I believe
that I
so.
rolled?
Sounds right.
All the same stuff. Just
Are you marking track on how many bullets did you have a track on your
yeah, I
firearm?
I think it's a 3 track.
Okay.
Check. It's a 4 track.
Nice.
I've only shot once. Bam! There's a 6 and triple 4s.
What in the heck? Hair in my mouth.
Can you get 2
triple
twists?
twos,
Like if
triple
he
fours?
rolled 4 4s, is that 2 twists or is it only 1 twist?
We're
per
gonna do one
roll?
twist. I don't have the imagination to give so many twists each time because y'all keep rolling doubles. Another shot goes in to Kilroy. We will say that this time.
Can I aim very specifically for the arm they used to throw
Yeah, easy.
whatever they threw them?
Easy, absolutely.
Just like-
I will say that then one of them is breaking bones. If you're going specifically for that arm, I will say that then the additional effect is like shoulder blade is just shoulder is shattered in this moment. It just doesn't.
You know,
fully
I'll
melt
just
around.
you'll hear see her get all fucked up. You'll hear like cocking again, and just you might want to stop moving, friend.
I can't hear you as he's holding his
He'll
shoulder.
walk up, put the gun to her head. You might want to stop moving, friend.
Oh wait, are you threatening the woman?
The person I just shot.
Oh, that's the
Twice.
dude. Okay.
That's Killsby.
Yeah. Okay, cool. Yeah, he still's like, I don't know what you're saying. As you've deafened him, but he spits
Look
in your
at
face.
the gun.
Okay. Anyone else here that hasn't really done an
Casey, you're
action in a
muted.
hot minute? Maybe Holly.
Okay. So what I would do then, Ruby, I would just. I'm assuming I can't do hand-to-hand
Oh,
combat. I'm
well,
not gonna
Matt.
blow. I'm not gonna blow up my friends. I am going to just making my way back to the water.
It's good of you to not blow up your friends.
Yeah, that's why I was like, I don't have to throw anything else.
And it's more blowy uppies for another day. So
Right, just
it's a win-win.
gonna put them in the dry container. We're fine.
There's-
So you said you're just
Yeah,
Get
just
back
making
on.
my way back.
making our
my
way.
downtown. Yep. Just making my way back to my friends, and I don't do hand to hand, but I'll be there.
Nice.
Should I need or they need anything else? That's it.
Okay.
What's Sammy doing? What's my friend doing?
Um,
Does she look bloodied? Does she
Oh
look
yeah,
bloody?
like does not look well, but is also absolutely fucking rabid because you have come into her home and caused a ruckus, and she can hear 2 gunshots going into her husband. So like she
That's
is
unfortunate.
rabid.
Okay. Nope, can't do that. I think that was a line. Never mind. We had water. We can extrapolate from there.
Or just dunking
But I'm
her?
not gonna do. Oh yeah, no. If she keeps fighting, I'm just gonna pick her up and put her in the water until she don't fight no more.
Yeah, I mean she gonna struggle, that's for sure. But I would say too for Iso, like y'all have them all 3 out of 4 on their damage tracks. That a good bit can disable them. You do still have 2 dudes technically into the main room. If Corio would like to do something.
Zap them again?
Yeah, you can zappy zap them.
Okay. I think I'm just going to do the same things as I did last time, just because I probably am in a more secure position. So maybe this time I'm using brace, so I'm using, the same kind of energy throw, but now I'm not as flying as much, but it's still going to be 4 because both sway instead of 2. But yeah, so just to let you know, so iron, 1, brace, 2, track is 3. And then what did I do for my 4th one? I don't remember. I guess it's just 3. Yeah. Okay. Okay. I rolled 2 4s, and that's also my highest again.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, we can say essentially the same. And I would say then with this time, with them both kind of like knocking out with these little zappy zaps, that would then cause kind of a discharge for you as that Myers like fully kind of taking effect and as this, and you kind of lose a bit of your gusto there. But everything seems quiet. As people have run off, it seems like it's going to take a bit for the reinforcements of the other people to make their way, though you have the 2 leaders. If you choose to make them dead, they can be dead. If you choose to make them unconscious, they could be unconscious. I'm thinking we're going for death. What's the vibe?
Wario was not caring if they were alive, so he wouldn't have done non-lethal for the guards. That's all I'll say for Wario.
I mean, it's got to be in the public square with the guillotine, right? Like, that's just standard practice in this situation.
And at the end of the day, well, the reason why I'm going to push back on that is because they were evil and they were corrupt, but they're still quote-unquote the rebel. I'd much rather just end them here and then go back and tell the union boss that he has an opportunity to take over that so they have a fighting base.
I would rather just leave Steve in charge.
Yep.
Or Steve, yeah, we can send Steve. Yeah,
You're
we can send Steve back. So I think what I'm going to do for my character.
It's okay. You know what? Sometimes
we
get
kind of leader.
Yeah, sometimes we get
Captain
responsibilities
Anderson,
we did
I
not
think-
want.
I almost feel like, and I'll let you ask Matt, so because I don't know if we can replenish your bullets, because he knows that he can feel her life starting to fade, and he could just take both of them and he could just smash those like together in life, together in death, and smash both of them on top of each other and be done with it.
You can save some bullets. Y'all can refill probably,
Yeah.
especially like in between ports and such as well. So.
So yeah,
But I
you guys
don't need
them all-
pictures,
yeah.
details. I just want to know:
Yeah.
are they dead or are they unconscious? Okay.
They're dead. They're dead.
Okay.
I just
We're
do
voting.
that.
We're voting death. I think.
Okay.
But do you want them alive? Because I feel like if one person wants them alive, we should keep them alive.
Ruby's no stranger to death. Look, sometimes in the shank, people
He's like fucking awesome.
like listen. No, seriously, in the shank, people die. There are hard lessons that learn when you fall from the tops of trees, buddy. Like, fucking bet. Death is not a stranger to her, nor the people she's around. So,
Same
Like-
with the spit, man. In the spit, there's always these kinds of shitty like gangs vying for power, like scraping for what they can. Like,
Death.
All right.
and
I've dealt with
So-
fuckers like this my whole life.
die.
Then we will say for ease, they're dealt with. Y'all have a hot minute before any sort of reinforcements would come, though the grisly scene they would come across would probably make them pause and have a moment of, oh fuck, what do we do? Because leadership is AFK. So, what is just a general goal here at this point? Y'all are gonna go back and just tell, hey, Union Boss guy, this is kind of the plan.
I mean, we
Have
are.
at it if you want it.
100%.
Yeah, but also we could turn in the
People
bounty.
are in charge.
And
So here's no, you go ahead, Gavin.
I was gonna say one thing. I don't know how y'all would get it back. I don't think Quaria would be as helpful in his obelisk mode. But one thing I would want to make sure is to let Sly know that anything in there is his right now. Yeah,
Absolutely.
Wait, what?
After
That's not
Ruby
how,
gets
that's
picked.
how she feels.
Yeah. After Ruby gets the pick.
after
Everything left after Ruby's gone.
Yeah.
Okay.
When we get back, which assumes Ruby did some of her scavenging.
Yeah.
All good. That's all fly stuff.
And real quick, and then I'll leave this up to the team, but he will, Dredge, being Dredge, will be like, we could also turn in the bounty.
I think that pulls up too much attention for us. I don't know. Worth it.
I think turning in the bounty gets us in the door of the corp, and then we can wreak havoc from inside. If they're the ones that issued the bounty.
I think we should just leave this place. I'm not a big fan of this whole situation, and I don't like what we had to do and what those kids had to see us do.
Okay. So it sounds
Enough.
like then effectively, because I think like the goal is for us to get out of Dodge then, right? Like it's, hey, we removed the shitty people in charge of the rebellion, empowered good people to be in charge of the rebellion and take the rebellious.
Quario says that, and Ruby looks at Quario, and Ruby doesn't do this very often, and it's usually she's very like quirky, right? It's a moment of the luxury, she says, the luxury of being able to not experience loss. Sometimes it's a good teacher. Sometimes it's a lesson.
I need to think about what Quaria's response to that would be, but one idea I had is how we would get out is maybe the ship. If we could just do it real quick, because I'm pretty sure we're ending soon. Take the ship with the parts that we were chasing, and that's how we get out. So we can have that generator thing that they took and put it on our ship.
We get all of the water.
The pulp, the pulp macerator thingy.
Mm-hmm.
Is that ship maybe there that we could? That's how we escape, so we don't have to go through the tunnel again.
Yeah. We could say there is a tunnel that probably leads to where their dock is, and you could very clearly find that. And so if you want, do you want to kind of leave Steve within the job to make sure the Union knows what's going on?
Ruby tells Steve with the great responsibility, right? With great power comes great responsibility, and then give a little like, and like a little like scruff to Fluffy. And during that time in which we came back and stuff, I don't know how quickly we did this. I'm assuming it was in like hours, minutes, whatever. Anyways, Mothrin are very good at decorating and doing types of things like looking elegant, clothing, superfluous types of things. I made a collar for Fluffy that actually has Fluffy's entire name on it. And in it, I embroidered a little frying pan, and I hand it to you.
It's like the cutest thing ever. Holy Jesus Christ.
Steve, you take the collar, look at it, adorable. Go to replace the beat up, like old, bedazzled, fluffy collar. And as you put it on, you notice something odd about Fluffy. As it seems like there's a bit of a shoot of some sort of almost like fungi coming out of its forehead.
Steve says, everybody out right now. He like looks at all of you. This is how the colony died. You are all at risk. As he looks right at Ruby.
Ruby is actually paralyzed. It's not that she doesn't want to move, she can't. Like, it is like, she understands what this means. Like, fully. Being friends with Indy, 1,000%. Like, she understands what's happening. Like...
Yeah, Steve's not going close to you because he knows he got inoculated. He knows it hit him, so he's not going anywhere near you. So he like looks to the group. You get her out of here now.
I will grab up Ruby immediately and start just hauling ass out of there.
And he's gonna like push. He's gonna try and push Fluffy away from the group.
Yeah, I think, at first Fluffy kind of like goes with it, but then it like shakes their head and like is trying to kind of like push back a bit as y'all are getting further and further down this hallway.
I'm gonna try keep her here.
Steve, do you know signaling by chance? No? Crap. Fuck. Okay. Shit. Okay. Nope. Okay.
Taylor?
Mm-hmm.
Where's the captain?
We lost our captain too! God, motherfucker, man!
You all look over, and Captain Ara is just sitting cross-legged on the floor of the cave.
What are our spider walkies doing? What's going on with them?
Are they there?
All of the spider walkies on each of you are just saying, go. You have to go.
No.
Just go.
Knuckles.
They're on you. But Captain Ara talking to you each.
Yeah.
The larger hive is saying, go.
Maybe
Quaria is gonna start.
These will help.
Quario's gonna start grabbing other people who aren't coming so that we can go.
Mm-hmm.
So Drac, essentially. I don't think there's anyone else. It's just Drac. He's just gonna start.
As Dredge picks me up, I grab the spider and I just do a little, and I set it down. As so that it can crawl, and I'm gonna say, no, you go.
the little spider's like, no, and crawls back up.
Okay. No,
like I love you, but I'm not dying.
Yeah, that's fine. Okay.
And then as long as Drac isn't fighting too much, like I'm gonna basically also pick up Drac and go that way away, so that we can get off this ship to our other ship and just get the fuck out of here.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Any last words to Steve as you all rush, or vice versa? Are you to the boat and on your way?
You're making me cry. I don't like you.
I know that Steve doesn't know it, but with my friends, I will do signaling. And I will signal something. And when the sequence of lights is over, I just do a soft wave, as like I'm being carried away by this.
Yeah.
Steve
is making like eye contact with you the whole time. As he's like holding back Fluffy, because Fluffy's probably trying to like go towards all of you or something crazy like that. Mm-hmm. So he's probably just like,
as a parting,
just watching you all as you leave and waiting for you to get out of sight, kind of deal, and like just maintaining that eye contact,
Steve,
the whole time.
If Steve looks after we get out of the way, you'll see another piece of that bark laying on the ground.
Oh, like the antitoxin.
Yeah, they like it just like on the ground. And now, yeah, I'm with you, Matt. I'm depressed.
You
Yeah,
hop
Aquarius just
on-
now headed towards the ship, carrying Drac if needed, and getting everything ready so that we could get out of here.
You hop on, y'all are able to kind of troll that ship around to y'all's, probably quietly and sadly offload whatever gear from them. You know, there's a crane on the back of that ship, and the storm has settled, and you drive off as the sun, you know, starting to kind of dip down a bit, and the orangeness of the sky from this like sand that is still left kind of getting thrown around mixes with like the petals that are still kind of floating about, and you chart your course out of the Icterin. And that is where we will end after a long last hurrah in the summer hellhole that is the Icterin reach of the Wildsea. Because next time we see everybody, it's fall, baby.
Damn tape. Wow.
Why?
You're just fucking hateful. I love you, but damn
Why?
it. I also love Fluffy and I love Steve. Why do you have to take them from me?
I wanted Steve on the ship. I wanted my happy-go-lucky captain. Fuck that, dude. I'm glad I power
still
drive
have-
these fucking bitch into him.
1, 2,
pull
3,
them
4,
all up.
5. You still have 5 of the captain little bits.
Sonic and
You're
Sonic
sleeping
and
on the
Knuckles
couch
are fine.
tonight.
Sanic, get out of here.
Sonic and Knuckles are okay.
No, 6. Yeah, I could think of 2.
I'm seriously naming mine now. They are mine now.
I mean, and
until
also
they find somewhere else they want to be,
And-
they're mine.
mechanically, that still allows us a way to communicate.
To
each other.
communicate.
So it works. It's okay.
Mhm.
We still can communicate with each other.
You just
It'll be cute if you guys like slowly nurse that colony captain back to health.
Oh, yeah.
You
Dude,
know,
there will be-
like
there
this
will
is
be
your
changes to
precious to
dredging.
take care of.
There will be
Man.
changes.